Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Final Fantasy XIV. When we last left off, we were doing a bunch of side quests for the gods, and then we got here, did a little main story, and then we unlocked another side quest. And we want to go complete that one, as it seems like we won't be able to do it otherwise. So we're gonna head to Revelant's Toll, and it looks like we're gonna have to complete a chain of non-blue quests so that we can get the blue quest. So that's what we'll do today, and then we'll move on to the main story. Yeah, so this one right here. Can we do this one? No. She needs a discipline of hand job of 55. Rahis Halari's face lights up to see erstwhile savior. Akane, it seems so long since the Castrum century. Don't you recognize me? No, I suppose you wouldn't remember. You rescued me. And I look quite different when we met, dressed in my uniform. I am a released Polly. It's been quite some time since I served with the Crystal Braves 4th unit, until everything fell apart, that is. Everyone went their own ways. Some followed Captain Idlebird, others found new work altogether. I've kept busy guarding the frontier hands here. A little too busy, in fact. I can scarce find a moment to spend with my family. The transition wasn't entirely easy. I was bedridden after the Castrum century, and by the time I was fit for duty, the Crystal Braves just weren't anymore. In a strange way, my injuries to thanks for keeping me from the worst of it. Oh, and speaking of that, you're close to the Domans, aren't you? Would you happen to know Raka is? She aided in my recovery, and well, it's quite embarrassing that I didn't notice until now, but there was a great misunderstanding. You see, her earring was bundled up in my bag. I've been trying to return it to them, but those children are neither seen nor heard. I can't find her no matter how much I look. I'm sure the girl misses her earring, but I simply don't have the time to track her down. What, do you really have a spare moment to look for her in my stead? Oh, thank you, Akane. Thank you so much. There you are. I've heard the Doman children visit the House of Splendors, though never when I'm there for some reason. But speak with Rowena, very little escapes her. Even invisible children. Good morning, Jack, Barbos, Fox, Derpy, Lumi. Looking for the Domad children? Aye. They sometimes help arrange my less valuable wares. But finished for the day, though. Come to think on it, Ariayan said she'd caught some of them playing nearby. Might check them. Should you have the patience to wait. Bum, 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 bum. I hereby call this meeting of the Doman Adventures Guild to order. Old business first. Kuharu, we'll start with you. I've been helping Miss Elise get ingredients she wanted. I was help treating hurt adventurers. I've been helping arrange stuff for Ruwana. No, that's not right. Those are all just chores. I want to go on a proper adventure. Didn't any of you find something exciting or scary or mysterious we could explore? Did you find anything, Yozan? I bet you didn't. I did too. We've got a whole big wide world to explore, and I was looking into ways to do it, which is more than can be said for any of you. Oh, it's true. Yozin got caught of sneaking into a housebird cart. Mr. Selfborn was yelling at him for bells after that. You're hopeless. Hehe. I'm sorry, Yozin. It's just... Chewin, you little snitch. I told you that in secret. But Yozin, I may have found this a quest. I overheard some people talk, and they said there's something hidden at Camp Revelant's Toll. It might be a famous adventurer's lost treasure, or a vengeful spirit who was sealed away, or something else. No one knows for sure. That's perfect. We could be the first to find out what happened there. Now, we've just got to figure out how to leave town before being caught. Miss Akane, what are you doing here? Oh, I was so sad when I thought I lost this earring. I brought them all the way from Doma, you know. Thank you, Miss Akane. Hold on a moment. I've got an important announcement. The Doman Adventures Guild needs experience in the field actually adventuring. No one, No one's going to let us, though, because they think it's too dangerous. But Miss Akane is a good friend of the guild, and she's an incredible adventurer, too. So I say we invite her to join us in this quest. Oh, yes. I want to go on adventures with Miss Akane. And I'll feel much safer if she comes along with us, Yozin. Once Yozin makes up his mind, nothing can unmake it. Welcome to the guild, Miss Akane. Now, come on. We've got to find out what's hidden at Camp Revelant's Toll. Hey, Malvrex. Hey, Breezy. Where they want us to go? Oh. No, 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 no. I didn't mean to do that. Oh. You're a lizard, it's on the destination. Your lizard's gonna do the quest. Are you sure this is where Revelant's Toll used to be? It doesn't look anything like a town. Not even a little. Where would we even start looking for hidden treasure? What do we do, Yoza? We won't know anything unless we poke around a bit. Spread out and see what you can find. Be careful of monsters. Be careful of monsters. Oh, up. I thought I was being attacked. I assume it's over here. I'm not seeing it. Oh, it's this thing. From amongst the refuge, you find a cloudy bottle of what appears to be wine. Nice treasure. Yozen. Nothing, nothing, and more nothing. Did you find anything? Even Miss Akane only found junk. Treasure's not easy to come by, I guess. But this is not... This, But this might not be junk, Yoza. Isn't it really old wine valuable? That's right. With wine, the older the better. Miss Falmila told me so. Mr. Selfborn knows a lot about wine too. He spent bells and bells talking about it to some adventurer. Wow, Mr. Selfborn's much wiser than he looks, isn't he? Yoza, why don't we ask about this bottle? Maybe we shouldn't. I think he'll just get angry that we have wine at all. Oh, but he wouldn't scold us. Miss Akane, could you ask him for us? Nod. Great. We'll go back to Revelant's Toll. Tell us what you find out. No, Blue Mage self-destruct dying. I get. do. Do. Congratulations, Breezy. What is it you need of me, friend? Wine. Much as I might like to join you in a glass, I am on duty. Pray, where did you find so aged a bottle? I take it you were venturing for treasure at the old camp, and you came to me to learn its value? I'm afraid it has none whatsoever. But you have found the lost treasure of Revelant's Toll after a fashion. Now our town is flourishing, but 'tis was not always so. Not so very long ago, this was an utter savage place, marked by little but ruin and the stench of death. It was hard life for the few who chose it, and naturally they took comfort in a bottle by night. And by, passing adventurers would bring wine with them to join the settlers in a glass. So prized was this wine that certain adventurers took to calling it treasure for a spell. As time went on, someone mistook this name for sooth and came searching for this vaunted liquor. The first were adventurers, of course, but shopkeepers and artisans soon follow. But the monsters around here were still deadly, and the path still as treacherous, and many who came searching paid for this misunderstanding with their lives. So the settler came up with a new rumor. Revelant's Toll belonged to the dead, they said, and any man who slept on the land would have their soul torn from their body to wander these bleak fields forever as a vengeful spirit. As you can imagine, that nonsense was enough to scare the inexperienced and drunks away. And soon the tales of treasure faded away into legend. And that, my friend, is the truth behind the truth buried at Camp Revelant's Toll. I can't go that way. What did Mr. Southbourne say about the wine? So there never really was a treasure of Revelant's Toll. Bother. I was hoping for buried gold or an ancient demon or something. But I guess it wasn't so bad after all. We did get to go outside the town and explore with Miss Akane. Little rascals. Hello, Miss Akane. Have you found us another quest? Oh, I was hoping. Well, no matter. We Doman adventurers can find our own. Everyone go and search what the travelers are talking about. Any rumors of more treasure we could hunt, or giant demons we could slay, or whatever. We just need to find something good, and then we'll head off on another quest with our trusty advisor in tow. Hey, alright, Derpy. Hey, enjoy your rest. Miss Akane, could you please tell Rish to be careful? She was badly hurt, and she shouldn't push herself too hard. Why, hello, Akane. Did you ever find Roka? Oh, good. I'm glad she got her earring back. I would like to thank her in person someday, though. She's such a sweet little thing. My daughter could learn a thing or two from her. Oh, but have you heard the news? There's been a theft, and I think the children are behind it. The Adventure Guild has begun an official investigation. I'm not privy to the details, but I do know the Domad younglings are under suspicion. I can't imagine they would turn to crime, though. Wouldn't you agree? It's got to be a big misunderstanding. I've half a mind to speak a Slothborn on the children's behalf. If only my word carried any weight. Forgive me. I could, but could you look into this? You have sworn yourself a steadfast friend of Doman's. I trust that you will handle it nicely. Hey, well met, my friend. Have you come to discuss more tales of treasure? You've caught wind of that, eh? The Adventure Guild is still investigating the facts, but the Age Grimoire of great value was stolen from Riwana's establishment. The storeroom door was locked at the time, and we have found evidence that a window covering was removed. There's little doubt in my mind that is how our thieves entered. The opening itself is quite small, however. Only someone's slight of frame, like a child, could pass through. And I have a witness who saw 4 short people loitering outside the store, as the Doman children are wont to. Though I am loath to suspect them, the children fit the profile of our suspects, and the crimes often begin as small dares of games, after all. But in truth, I'm more worried about the potential backlash against the Domans. They fit in well amongst the other refugees, but this offense would not reflect well upon them. Rowena is of the same mind and has agreed to keep the theft quiet. I've entrusted the investigation to my most dependable men as well. Could I ask you to aid us by speaking with the children? You seem close to them, and I fear my armed men would only frighten them away. I thought I heard something interesting here, but I was wrong. They're all just so sad. Of course I didn't steal anything. Someone else is to blame. Someone else small like us, but who? We have to talk this over. What are these people always looking at? I want to see. I'm not a criminal, and neither is Yoza, Roka, Koharu. I just heard adventurers talking about a detective who can get to the bottom of any case. I want to meet him. We're suspects? This sounds like a case for Koharu, Inspectress Extraordinaire. Dun, 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 dun. Who the hell is this person? Up here? They're definitely not out there, that's for sure. This is a family channel, no cursing. Oh, I'm sorry. Where the fuck is this person? I didn't know you could come here. Miss Akane, does this mean you found us a quest? What? Of course you didn't steal anything. We're adventurers, not thieves. I better call the guild together and quickly. Geronimo. Hey, Star Dance. Hello. Dun, 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 dun. We're being accused of something we didn't do. Before this can go any further, we have to tell Mr. Southbourne. Well, we can't just say we're innocent, though. We have to clear our names by finding the Grimoire and learning who took it. We may be young, but we can show everyone we're proper adventurers by protecting our friends and punishing the wicked. But how do we find the real criminals? All we know is that there were 4 people about as tall as us. But that's just it. There are plenty of other smaller than us who aren't children. Lalafels. 4 of them. I may have seen them. See, I like to watch all the different people who come through here. And I've only seen one group of 4 Lalafels, and they just got here the other day. Yoza, you remember the cart Slothborn caught you trying to sneak into? They're the ones who own it. I thought they were Lalafels. Now we can begin the real investigation by looking into them. Short arms of the law. Yoza is ready to begin investigating. Miss Akane, Kaharu found our suspects. They parked their cart around the southeast gate. Come on, let's go and investigate, but be quiet. We don't want them to know we're onto them yet. See? Those are our Lalafels, all right. But how do we prove that they're the criminals? From here, it doesn't look like they got the Grimoire. Could it be hidden in their cart? The other 2 might have it as well. Or maybe we've got the wrong people. I think I have an idea to find out. Roka, can you play along? Nod. Have you heard about the Ruana store? They're saying someone stole a Grimoire from it. That's old news. I think we've even I think they even given up on hunting for the criminals. It's too bad though. I wanted that Grimoire for myself. Why? Because it's got the location of the treasure? Shh. You don't want anyone to know about all the buried gold and jewels. And what about the weapons? They say those are stronger than the Imperials. I spent so much time learning that the treasures in Camp Revelant's Toll, that I'll never find it now. Well, not without the Grimoire anyway. So why don't you just give up while you're ahead? Did you hear that? The lad just said there's gold and silver and weapons out around the old camp. Ho ho. Imagine how pleased the boss will be with this. Come on, let's go. I'm awake. I'm awake. Where did you go? Move yourself, sister. Time's a-wasting. Wait, I can't run as fast as you. That was brilliant, Yoza. If there are criminals, they'll show up at the camp with the Grimoire. And if the other two are anything like the duo, we shouldn't have any trouble catching them. What a relief. I was expecting hardened criminals, but that lad couldn't frighten a baby horse bird. We just have to beat him to the Camp Revelant's Toll now. From the way they took the bait, I don't think we have much time. We better hurry. Bum 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 bum. Wait, why did they run the opposite way? They're supposed to run this way. To the camp. Ow. I hope they come quickly, but if they don't, you'll have to take care of them, Miss Akane. Okay. Gold, jewels, weapons, all hidden somewhere in this dump where no one would think to look. That face. I think I'll take it all. Garlemald laid my homeland to waste, so I'll use the riches to rebuild. And the weapons, I'll use them to make the world mine. Of all the secrets of Eld, I thought this Grimoire held the location of lost treasure was not one. Well, 'tis but a matter of knowing where to look. Tell us, how do we read it? Is there a cipher? Or must we use some sort of incantation? That is a good question. I'll be sure to tell you as soon as I learn the answer. What? You buffoon? Why did you not think to find out? Sorry, Gaga, Rue. It just didn't seem important at the time. Why you? What are they doing? Go play somewhere else. Adults are working here, children. We're not children. We're the Doman Adventurers Guild. We're here to arrest you for stealing the Grimoire from Wallace. Oh, Gargu, those are the kids who talked about the treasure. They'll know how to read the Grimoire for sure. Ellipsis. You two have been had. I knew something smelled fishy about this. You prized pair of pinheads. No one makes a fool of Gagarua. You hear me? No one. We'll teach these younglings a painful lesson about meddling in the others' affairs. Come, summon the thing. What thing? Oh, that. It's not here. Why is that? You sent it away, Gargarua. You said it would draw too much attention to us. So we'll just do the dirty work then? Well, good luck with that. One against all three of me? Ha, you don't stand a mammoth's chance in hell. You sure about that? Later. $12 above. Where did those younglings find so person to protect her? I've got a feeling I've seen her before. Wait. Quick, everyone, come here. It's little wonder we are outmatched. That's Akamatzu, the hero of this alliance. You didn't mean the lass who beaten a load of primals and smashed the Imperial's ultimate weapon, the Bids. We can discuss her deeds and why she's with the children later. Wawatan, Barbara, Linnea, we must do what we practice. Well met, Alliance. Yes, we know full well who you are. But hear me. You won't be adding us to your list of fallen foes. Are you ready, my friends? As our forefathers before us, we have a winged beast in our thrall, whose strength is so great as to tear primals and thaw and turn brave men to whimpering wretches. Almighty Valafor, we summon you and yours, and with our prayers, descend from the heavens and vanquish our foes. They ran. Isn't something supposed to happen? Oh my god. Damn it, they got away. There they go, faster than they look, aren't they? Dun, 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 dun. Mm, 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 mm. Ah, that was a queer bunch. Make no mistake. But they've forgotten one thing. The Grimoire. Do, 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 do. Okay. Ha! Now that we've got the Grimoire, all we need to do is show Mr. Selfborn and explain what happened. Come on, what are we waiting for? And he's gonna believe you why? You're suspected for stealing it in the first place. Mm, 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 mm. What did the Doma children have to say for themselves? The younglings in the Grimoire? So it is as I feared. Or are they responsible for stealing it? Gagarua. No, I can't say I'm familiar with them. But if you say he and his conspirators are to blame, then I believe it. I'll report it to the guild and ensure we are all on the lookout for that gang. Well, you may consider yourselves exonerated. That you reclaim the Grimoire and your good names say much of your bravery, younglings. Mr. Selfborn, we're not younglings. We are the Doman Adventures Guild. All the world will soon know our name, and one day we'll even be more famous than Miss Akane. More famous than Akane, eh? Well, I look forward to seeing that. Well, as one adventure to another, let me say well done. You outfitted yourselves with honor today, my friends. What brave men and women they are becoming, eh? They are still in the bloom of youth, growing, yet not fully grown. They need a gentle hand to guide them and a strong arm to protect them. Pray, friend, be that of them. Be that of them. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Da, da, da. Nice. Now I should be able to do this quest now. Hansa has 1,000 things to do. We should pay our respects to Selfborn while we and the others have time to spare. Won't you not agree? In that case, I ask that you go on ahead and wait for us with Selfborn. I will require a moment to gather the others, but I do not expect it will take long. Okay. Judging from the way I've seen the Domads running about, I gather they're busy with preparations for their long voyage. It is as you say, Master Selfborn. The day many of us thought would never come has arrived, and now we make ready to return to our homeland. Let me assure you, however, that we have no intentions of abandoning our responsibilities. My people have either completed their labors or ensure that others may easily do so in their stead. Earnest as ever. I'm grateful truly, but you needn't have gone to such trouble. Revelance Toll. Gods, when I think back to what this place once was, how it's changed and what it's become. I can't imagine it without you lot here. You made this place what it is, same as we did. None would dare say different. Tragedy drove you from your lands and delivered you to our shores. But from that tragedy came a new beginning, a hope that we shared with every soul that passed through our gates. And that, my friend, is more precious than any riches. I pray you carry it with you to Doma, that it grants you strength when you have need of it. We will, Master Selfborn. I swear to you, we'll never forget this blessed place. You gave us the opportunity to work with the frontier hands to build Revelance Hall. All the skills and experience we gained, we will put to good use in rebuilding the enclave. And then when we are finished, I pray you will come and visit. Aye, we would be honored to receive you and any men or women or children of Revelance Toll. Let this not be an ending, but another new beginning, the beginning of a lasting relationship between our two homes. This is my dream for the future of our people. As we build these walls stone by stone, we may build it together. Well said, well said. Damn it. If we keep on like this, I'm liable to start bawling. So let us move things along. I hope you won't mind another parting gift. The lost treasure of Revelance Toll, courtesy of your younglings. The foreman is expecting you. A most surprising but welcome gift. We shall endeavor not to drink it all at once. We will collect the bottles and return to our preparations at once. Thank you, Master Sluffborn. And thank you, Akane, for everything. Before you go, I have a favor to ask. Well, Familia, actually. She wants you to bring Yoza and his friends to her up in Rwana's calf. The wine's for adults, you see. She's got something else for the children. I doubt it'll take long for you to find them. You have a knack for this sort of thing. After all, my thanks to you. Oh, hey there, Miss Akane. You're not here to say goodbye, are you? It's not far, but do they get to decide, why do they get to decide it's time to go back? Oh, it's not fair. I mean, I miss Doma too, but they should have asked us first. Huh? Miss Firo wants us to come to the calf. Whatever it is she thinks we did, Oh, it's not like that? Well, alright then. With me, guild members. Miss Felame needs us. You too, Miss Akane. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. You came. I've been waiting for you all for so long. All members of the Nomad Adventures Guild reporting for duty. So what's the adventure? Monster hunting? Garleen Gold? Oh my, nothing so drastic. Rather, I wanted to give you all a reward. A reward, really? A reward for your deeds in service of Revelant's Toll. When the frontier hands needed a helping hand, you were there. When there was no one else to look after the younger children, you were there. And through it all, each and every one of you carried out your duties with a smile. That is why you are more than brave adventurers. You are heroes to the people of the Toll. Heroes deserving of a special reward that just so happens to be right over there. Treasure. Nod. Wow, look at these. Look, Miss Akane, she got us matching hats. We'll make them the official uniform of the Doman's Adventures Guild. They suit you, little ones. Wear them with pride. Mr. Boulder. Mr. Countenant. I thought you were away on important Solian business. Recently returning, and it's a good thing we are. We heard of your impending journey and hoped to see you before you left. We are both happy that you are finally that you may finally return to your homeland. They have great need of steward adventurers like you a lot there. But I don't want to say goodbye. Then don't. There's no need to. You're adventurers, are you not? Adventurers never stay in one place, for it is not who we are. We walk paths all our own, never truly beholding to any one nation or creed. So don't say goodbye, because we may, nay, we will meet again. You'll see. We'll become the most famous adventurers in Yanix, and then we'll return to Erosia and become famous here too. Everyone may know the Alliance of the Seventh Dawn and the Warriors of Light, but just you wait. Years from now, we'll be talking about the Doman Adventures Guild. I'm looking forward to it. Grow strong and grow famous. Lead the tales, little one. We must get going, but thank you again for making the arrangements. Take care. Right. We mustn't neglect our training. Find the heaviest crate and carry them to the horse bridge carriages. Miss Akane, Miss Felamine, thank you for the caps. We'll take good care of them. Ow. The children are delighted with their new hats. Miss Felamine could not have chosen a better gift. Preparations are proceeding apace. Self-born and the guild have finally arranged for the ship, so once we have finished here, we need only to make our way south. How many times have I thanked you? I wonder. Not enough that that much I know. Thank you, Akane, from the bottom of my heart. You are and ever shall be a true friend to Doma and her people. I expect you will find yourself in the enclave before us. If so, I pray you tell Koza Kira that we shall join her soon. Alright, before we do that though. Eager to listen to my harp, are you? For what higher praise could a minstrel ask than to have as an audience the very hero who provides inspiration for his songs? Yet I have no fresh compositions I deem fit for a champion's ear. Would that possess something more to amuse you? I've been struck by the most wonderful idea. You shall be the author and the subject of your own creation. Yes, by weaving an epic of your own endeavors, you will find yourself casting a critical eye upon the past deeds. Think of such works as muses for the future growth. 'Tis no difficult thing to pen a poem. The words will come on their own accord. I assure you. Simply envision the scene and describe the memories in the faithful detail. Omit not and add not, and the truth shall remain. Reciting the finished piece should then serve to bring the past to vivid life in your mind's eye. And when you look back upon events with undistracted clarity, what was hidden in the chaos may now seem blindly clear, especially when things are uncolored by embellishments I might bring to the story. May the recording of your sagas reward you with inspiration and insight. Oh, and do return sometime and share what you have wrought. Duty recorder unlock. You now have access to the duty recorder, allowing you to document duties, reviewing them in an in-house room. Open the duty recorder interface located under duty in the main menu and view the help text for further details on how to use this feature. The duty recorder is now unlocked, allowing you to document duties for viewing at a later date. Playback features including speed adjustments and focus target switching and more. Duty recording is only allowed after several conditions have been met. The first being that the recorder is enabled. Recording can be enabled from the duty recorder interface located in the duty and main menu. All right. Time to go here. Akane, you returned from Erosia. They are homebound then? It comes as a relief to hear that there were no complications. Thank you for facilitating their return. I shall inform Lord Hedon at first opportunity. We have a mountain of work ahead of us, but with their help, I am confident we can see it through. And I hope that I can count on your assistance in the future as well. It takes an enclave. She has a proposition for you. Akane, Kame be praised. I was hoping you might pay us a visit. It is as ever an honor. Once again, I must thank you for helping our brothers and sisters secure passage back home. With so many skilled craftsmen soon to be at our disposal, we of the Sha Zinkai are ready to proceed to the next stage of our plans to rebuild the Enclave. Which brings me to a rather delicate matter. Perhaps you will find this shameless, but circumstances being what they are, I see no other way. The reconstruction and revitalization of the Enclave cannot hope to succeed without the contribution of wealthy individuals such as yourself. I understand if you wish to refuse outright, but I beg of you, please listen to our proposal in full before you decide. For the sake of Doma and her people, I should be glad to lend a hand. It warms my heart to hear you say that. Truly, Doma has no greater friend. Where to begin, of course. It's important that you understand the state of the Enclave at present. I am sure you recall how everything was when you first arrived. Rumble in the streets, buildings in ruin, and so forth. While we have made some superficial progress since the castle fell and Doma was liberated, the scars of the occupation are far from healed. Since antiquity, the king of Doma has prospered from the gifts of the One River. The success of our agriculture and industry is intricately tied to our position here. Alas, in our struggle against the Garleans over the decades, much of what was built over the centuries was lost. Fertile farmlands that once yielded produce for export were despoiled, and what little remains could barely feed our people. Our foreign rulers did not hesitate to impose their own will on the local industries as well. Not only were we forced to purchase goods from the Imperial's concerns, regardless of the quality or cost, but our merchants were forced to sell their wares to Garleans at a loss, assuming they received compensation at all. With those dark days behind us, many of our former trading partners are reluctant to engage us in trade agreements for fear of the Empire's wrath. And so, for the most part, we must continue to fend for ourselves and craft what tools and so forth we require. And so we would had, and so we would, had we the facilities. Forgive me, it is not so dire as it may sound. Our problem may be many, but we are fully committed to the challenge before us. We are not unlike the shaziso, a hardy herb that can thrive in even the most inhospitable of conditions. I took inspiration from its strength and stubbornness when deciding upon a name for our organization, in fact. No matter the struggle, no matter the cost, the Zenkai will do everything in its power to overcome every hurdle and rebuild this home of ours. Please excuse my sudden fit of passion. It was the most unbecoming. Anyway, I've spoken of the general state of the enclave. Let us discuss the most specific concerns. Though, having said that, it would be simpler if you were to see things with your own eyes. Please head to the worksite north of the Aetheryte and speak with Mitsuba. I shall join you shortly. Well, you're Akamatzu, aren't you? In need of a hot meal? Actually, she's here at my behest. I thought it would be best if a potential patron saw our efforts firsthand. If you would be so kind to explain to her what to do. Oh, fostering the burden upon to me, are you? Very well, if you insist. Allow me to properly introduce myself. I'm Mitsuba. Once upon a time, I owned and operated the largest tavern in the enclave. I had a hand in everything, from balancing the ledgers to stirring the cookpots. Owing to my experience, I've been asked to oversee work here in the 10,000 stalls. Ha, that was the exact look I gave Kozakura when she showed me this place. 10,000 stalls. By the kami, there isn't even 10. But mark me, there will be. When they're through, this place will have offered every imaginable cuisine. Just thinking about it is enough to set my heart racing and my mouth watering. As I explained earlier, however, trade or lack of thereof is a major problem at present. We simply aren't getting enough shipments of consumables from outside Yanix, and so our people are forced to eat the same simple fare day after day. However, once our negotiations with foreign concerns bear fruit, we should be able to exchange whatever surplus we produce for a wide variety of ingredients, bringing us closer to realizing Mitsuba's vision. This may seem like a silly goal to strive for, but by improving the quality of life for our people in a clear, understandable manner, we can motivate them to work harder and tackle more difficult tasks. Domo will not be rebuilt in a fortnight, and we need every victory, however small. We've bloody long road ahead of us, but we need to only take it one step at a time. Whatever help you can contribute to the cause would be welcome. Thank you for taking the time to speak with Mitsuba. We should head back to the Shazinkai and continue our conversation there, so not to get in the way of their work. There is not much left to explain, but if you would indulge me a little longer, I would be grateful. I wonder how many books worth of text I read throughout this entire game. The 10,000 stalls are but one example of what we hope to build here in the Enclave. Alas, it will take time and effort. And it will also take tremendous resources. Resources that I pray you will be willing to contribute. Raw materials, foodstuff, linens, medicines, all this and more would be of use. Anything and everything you can afford to part with would be welcome. Furthermore, as a token of our appreciation, we will provide a small gratuity relative to the value of the item you relinquished. You need only place these items in the donation basket to my left. I will calculate the genuity and pay you immediately. I won 17,000 books. You may now use the donation basket to contribute unneeded items to the Shazinkai. These items will be used to supply and finance the reconstruction of Domain Enclave. Further details can be had by speaking with the Koza Kira. And you want this stuff? Donate. Thank you so much for your contribution. We pray you favor us with your generosity in the future as well. This I can sell at a store for 25 gil. I get 30. I'll never use these. Who am I kidding? Can I dump money in there? I can dump money and get 20% more from it. Hey, that's a plus. Dude, that's more than 20%. Materia and stuff is good for this. Hey Ray, hello. And hey, an extra way to offload some extra fish too. No, that's true. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I'm gonna assume like over the course of playing this game, you read like 2 to 3 books worth of text. Alright, I'm gonna drink water. More, way more, probably close to like a dozen. Are we including like all the optional side quests too? Wait, what's this? Oh, you can get the stuff that you gave back. Redeem one interesting fun fact. Someone found it. All right. China is building a car-free city called the Great City that will house 80,000 people. It'll use 48% less energy and 58% less water and produce 89% less landfill waste and 60% less carbon dioxide than a conventional city of the same size. da, da. Thanks for using that. I had that 3 days ago. I was waiting on when someone would find it. His forgotten home. Alicia is pondering how best to make use of your retrieval from the tedium of negotiations. All right. For want a better suggestion, what say you do a brief tour of the newly liberated Doma? I'd be interested to hear how the people are faring in their own words. And it's not as if we will be missed here, or will we? Akane, a moment if you would. Yagiri. And Shashi, was it? You have some business with Akane? Business, no. Pleasure, my lady. I merely wish to exchange a few words with the famed slayer of gods and champion of Erosia. It's truly an honor. Such heartfelt admiration. One can almost forget that you're an envoy of the Empire. Oh? Is that so strange? We may have stood on opposite sides in the past, but I see no contradictions in laundering the woman who would do battle with our common enemy. Unless you forget this is my homeland. I would be remiss for me not to at least thank her for containing the threat posed by the Kujin's vile icon. Now, if I may continue, as we speak, Lord Heenan deliberates over my proposal, and I would take this time to see the land I once called home. Though Lady Giri is certain to be a juvenile escort, the excursion would be all the more enjoyable for your company and safer besides. The ambassador has the right of it. He is not like to come to harm with you at his side. Will you join us? I'm quite sure he will be safe with you, Yagiri. Come now, Akane. There is naught else for us to do until Lord Heenan has reached this decision. And were we not this moment discussing how best to learn about the current state of Doma? It's settled then. The four of us shall make a brief excursion through the annex. Might we start at the town of Monzin? I would see what has become of Doma Castle. Very well, if you will follow me. If we add those, then probably close to 30 or so. I wonder if they're building that next to one of their almost empty cities. I mean, to be fair, a lot of countries have empty cities. And we're no different too. Well, we don't have anything else in the way now of main story unless we unlock it. Unless there's like some blue quests I just missed. do, do, do. Just the original Final Fantasy XIV game has 290 pages of dialogue. The side quests are also 260 pages. And the gossip and articles are 249 pages. So that's like, what, one book? Or like two books? Maybe? Nye. Can this truly be Monzen? Home of the cream of the Doman Samurai? I had heard that Yosetsu intended to send some few of our automata here, but only by way of warning. I should not have come to this. Indeed, her savagery served only to incent the people and stir them to rise up in protest. I was folly to think such methods of governance could ever prove effective. The sooner we can make amends for this senseless destruction, the better. Securing supplies and support for the reconstruction effort should not prove difficult. Once our nations are formally at peace, of course. Yes, of course. We would have a better view of what remains of the castle. We must proceed through the ruins. Hey, Cut. Hello. You're here a little later today. Bum, 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 bum. It is a travesty. A travesty. I remember the keep being so beautiful. In the light of the setting sun, one would swear it was aflame. It is indeed a doleful spectacle. Maybe we'll rebuild it one day when we have finished helping our people to rebuild their lives. Spoken like a true Polaris. The needs of the people must of course come first. Speaking of whom, who would you be opposed of seeing how? Would you be opposed to me seeing how they live firsthand? The village of Name is but a short journey from here, if I'm not mistaken. By the river, yes. If you follow me, I will ready our boat. I was watching the new Goosebumps. Oh, nice, nice. I saw some people who I follow on Twitter express their excitement for the Alliance raid. Ready to cast off? Why are we doing a battle?
Get back! I'm warning you! Someone's in trouble.
Are you all right?
Hi.
What do they want with you?
Yuki, and you lot too.
The Red Kujin.
I don't know. We were returning from the Enclave when they came at us.
It seems they won't go quietly.
And neither will we.
I'm gonna assume that this is a setup. Yeah, I saw the new alliance raids from Final Fantasy XI. I saw that. Yeah, that pretty much forces me to have to get the new expansion now. Hey, Stereo. Hello. I only hit one person.
Leave this to me.
They should release Final Fantasy XI 2.0 Showtime Girl. They already tried. It got canceled. That mobile game they were working on for so long was canceled. I saw the most terrible idea though. And under the announcement for that raid alliance, someone said that like someone was asking them how are they going to preserve Final Fantasy XI's legacy when the servers get shut down, and he suggested that they should make it like a mobile game like Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis is. And I personally think that's a terrible idea because almost every mobile game gets turned off at some point. I mean, like you have the rare few that like stay up, but like majority of them get shut down. So I was just sitting there thinking to myself, like that's not a good idea. Like, as much as people are praising or, talk about Ever Crisis now, it's going to be taken off the store eventually. That's just how mobile games are. They're very short-term games. You can't play the Metal Gear Solid 4 game they released on the Apple Store. You can't even play, like, Final Fantasy Mobile, which was, like, their big phone game. So I was sitting there thinking to myself, I was like, what makes you think preservation in a phone game is ever going to work? It never will.
That seems to be the last of them. You have nothing to fear, child. You are safe now.
Thank you, sir.
You saved us again. Thank you. If you're ever passing by our village, look us up. You'll always be welcome.
I doubt that's what the Alliance raid is going to be, Ray.
Thank goodness we arrived when we did.
Indeed. But what could have prompted the Red Kojin to stray so far from the Ruby Sea?
It was set
I
up to make
presume
him look
these are the
good.
sellswords hired by Yotsu. If so, the answer is simple. Desperation. Bereft of imperial employment, they seek other means to line their coin purses. Another sad legacy of the Empire's mismanagement.
The Empire to which you have sworn allegiance.
Must you always be so pointed? If we are to bring about lasting change, we must look beyond narrow allegiances. You have every right to doubt me, but in time, I hope you will come to see that we share a common goal. You and yours have fought fiercely to change the Empire from without, but if we are to end the cycle of conflict, the Empire must change from within. Am I wrong?
I don't trust you. The Empire will never change. Not about that. True reform can only come from within.
Never? I wonder, would you have said the same of Ishgard? Believe what you will, but I assure you, the Empire can change.
Preserving a game that's been shut down by essentially remaking the whole thing for the phone. Well, it's funny because, like, I don't know. As someone who's played Final Fantasy XI on the PlayStation 2, on PC, and the Xbox, like, when Square was actively trying to make the, like, a updated version of the game for mobile phones, I always thought that was a terrible idea. 'Cause I was like, how are you going to manage the intricacies of an MMO in a phone game and deliver an experience that is going to be what the people who play on the various systems expect? It's going to be watered down, like how all games are on there. I never once thought, I was like, how do you take an MMO, condense it down to a phone game, and expect people to like it? I was like, I don't. So when they announced that they canceled it, I was like, who thought this was ever a good idea? You just wasted years of money for nothing. I don't even understand. I was like, I don't understand whoever thought this was a great idea. It's horrible. It never would, in my opinion, it never would have appealed. Dear me, I had hope to convey my views on our nation's shared hopes under more peaceful circumstances. Oh, and before I continue, the number one thing people kept saying about it while it was being made was that they were like the people who were looking forward to it was that they were like, I'm happy that we're getting an updated graphically version of the game. And I scratched my head thinking, I don't think graphics are the reason people continue to play that game in 2023. I don't even think, like, I don't think they care. And I had the same thought of when y'all told me that the early parts of this game is going to get a graphics update. My first immediate thought was, why? I was like, I don't really see the point. Still, I don't think that. I just don't think that stuff is the reason why people play this. I don't really want the graphics update. Why not? Because it's mostly a superficial thing. It's not really, especially for like this thing's 10 years old. It's 10 years old. It's not the draw of the game. The graphics at like it could be for like the, you know, it has enough graphical potential to change the way like your equipment looks and stuff, so people can put on their stuff, and that's great. But I don't think that's the core reason why people play these games and continue to play them years and years and years afterwards. Yeah, but there's a difference between glam and graphics. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Cause you have glam in 11 and that game was released in 2002 with no graphics updates. And people have so much stuff put together in that game when it comes to outfits. It's not about the graphics. Art style will dwarf fidelity any day, and they already have art style. They already have that here. I don't think that to me it's just a waste. It's a waste of waste of time. Because they're just updating stuff that I don't really think people, it's ultimately not going to make people like care more. The other core value, it's a very community-based game. That's usually what keeps people playing these games, is community. This game is also Square's main moneymaker also. I think they showed some graphics requirements for PCs. You see that question almost every Q&A session they get, whether it be on forums or in... I don't trust that stuff. I don't really trust that stuff because it's usually, I don't think that stuff represents the majority of the players. I never do. Like all the people in Dead by Daylight who live on the forums, I don't think they represent the majority of people who play the game at all. Because most people who play the game aren't going to go out of their way to go to the forums in the first place. I think it's the same with this. It's the same with FF11 too. FF11 had a forum. Majority of people didn't even know it existed. Literally, the only time I think about graphics is when the game wants to switch. Well, I'm saying for MMOs, it's not, graphics aren't the reason people play MMOs or continue to play MMOs. It's literally community, sense of community. That's the driving aspect of MMOs. Almost all of them. Unless it's incredibly made to be like by your own, intentionally made to be by your own. Playing with other people and forming the communities and bonds you play with other players is what usually keeps people coming back to these games. Or it keeps them around. That will almost always dwarf people with MMOs over almost anything else. Because it's the heart aspect of almost every popular one. I guess it's more because they have resources and teams to work on it and they want to improve the game in any way possible. I see it as redundant. Dear me, I had hoped to convey my views on our nation's shared hopes under more peaceful circumstances. Yet this regrettable regrettable little interlude did afford me a chance to see the famed hero of Erosia in action. And few Imperial soldiers can say that. At least, few who lived to tell the tale. Arashi has had his fill of adventure for one day. Well, after what little ordeal, I believe it may be time for us to return to the Enclave. Return, my lord. What of Name? You seemed eager to observe the villagers going about their daily life. Now, to be frank, I still am, but I rather doubt the good people of Name would take kindly to the sight of a man in an imperial uniform, with blood still dripping from his blade. Even in the company of my presence would only prove a distraction. Fret not, however. Thanks to the three of you, I have seen a great deal more than I otherwise would. And with any lack, Lord Heenan will have finished considering my proposal by the time we return. G-posing are a big thing in Final Fantasy, and people like the option to have their stuff look pretty. They actually mentioned in several of their recent fan fests. I mean, it's not the biggest thing, but I think it's a good chunk of players who want it. I bet the graphics overhaul is them pandering to the big square overlords who think graphics are the only thing that matters. I think once they implement it, they're going to see in the end that it's not really going to change much. And they're going to waste their time. Like, it's like Fortnite. Like, Fortnite recently has gone through a graphics update with their Unreal 5. But in no way has that, in my opinion, has that, like, caused an increase in people playing the game. Maybe to check it out, sure. But the people who are already playing Fortnite are going to continue playing Fortnite. It was already there. Or like World of Warcraft. Like, people continue, if you use the biggest MMO in the world, or the one that's been the most consistent, World of Warcraft, people aren't playing WoW in 2023 because of graphics. They're playing it because they like what the game offers. And like, any graphics update ain't gonna change that. Oh no, we made too much money again this year. I guess we need to find something to improve. What a problem to have. I mean, endless growth is a problem for all companies. But it's more a problem for Western companies than it is Eastern ones, because Eastern ones typically, at least video game wise, they typically don't pay like ridiculous amounts of money to their top heads like they do in the West. So there's less what's it called? Pay inequality. They got their own problems. Like Korea has a monopoly problem with Samsung. Again, thank you again for agreeing to join me. If it were not for your aid, the Kujin may have overwhelmed us. Pray, go on ahead. Lord Heenan is expecting you. I will remain without and keep watch over our guests. We had our best to not keep him waiting. Samsung also makes their own dye, so I can see that. Well, Samsung outside of Korea is known for electronics, but Samsung in Korea is known for a lot more things, like construction companies and stuff like that. And they have a history of Samsung executives performing like crimes and then getting pardoned by the government. You're expecting my lady. Shall I show you in? Not too different from the US then. Oh, the biggest difference is that, like, the biggest company in America is, I believe it's Walmart. And Walmart makes up around 8 to 9% of the GDP in America. The biggest company in Korea is Samsung, and it makes up 20%. That means they got a whole lot of influence that goes along with it too. And a lot of sway, you know. That's never a good thing. Or it never becomes a good thing. Welcome back, my friends. Yugiri told me you accompany her and Asashi on a tour of Yanix. I had hoped you might take the opportunity to recover from your excursions with Sakazuki. But I gather your time was well spent. Until the ambassador affords Yugiri a chance to make a full report, however, I must rely on you to supply the details. So please tell us how it all unfolded. The Red Kujin here? Have there been any other such incidents since liberation? Not that I am aware of. If they are planning some new venture here in Yanix, we will need to do increased patrols. In any event, I am indebted to you for fighting them off. But tell me, don't be modest. Was Ayashi truly first to leap to the youngster's aid? He was. I was quick to doubt him when we first met, but his desire to save them seemed quite genuine. It's possible he truly believes what he says, what he's saying. In the time I've known you, you have always been an excellent judge of character. What do you make of the ambassador? He may very well be an honorable man. I still don't think he can be trusted. I think it's a show. And the question of his true intentions may be, what his true intentions may be remains. Regardless of his aim, I am resigned to playing his game, for now at least. Well, forswearing summoning should be simple enough. Considering you never dabbled in it in the first place, which leaves just the somewhat thorny question of how to police the Red Kujin. It was with that very question in mind that I sought Alf's counsel. Thanks to his knowledge of the Archons and the rituals used to invoke them, I believe we've identified a workable solution. As you will recall, Susanoo was summoned forth using the power of relics locked away in the Kujin's treasure vault on the Isles of Ziki. Though said relics remain there to this day, it is all but certain that the act of summoning exhausted their stores of ether, making subsequent summonings possible. Assuming that is the case, preventing the Primal's return rests on denying the Red Kujin the means to amass new stores of ether, either via the acquisition of crystals or the relics they are wont to collect. For this, I plan to enlist the aid of our friends of the Blue Kujin. Since Doma's liberation, we have forged closer bonds with Buchin and his people, and with their support, I'm quite confident we can keep the Red from obtaining what they require to call upon Susanoo. And what of the prisoners? They will be exchanged as agreed, and we'll give full credit to Ayashi for success of the transaction. If there is aught we can do to help the populace of garner favor, I mean to see it done. But first, I have some unfinished business to attend to. Would you all come with me? Yes, of course, but what manner of business? A past mistake which I would see put right. One which has weighed heavy on my mind. Oh, he's talking about, Yusetsu.
I had her brought here in secret while the three of you kept our guest company.
Okay.
The world has not been kind to you, it is true. But that does not excuse your sins. You should be at the bottom of the river. Yet here you are, the living, breathing proof of my failure. A failure for which I would now make amends.
What did I do? I don't remember. Was it really so terrible? Tell me, please. What did I do?
You speak of sins, my lord. But at whose feet do those sins lie? With the soldiers who committed the crimes, or those who commanded them to do so? With both, I would say. For all have a conscience, and all must choose. But with no memory of who she is, or what she has done, what sin remains to be cleansed?
You ask that I show mercy.
I ask why the heavens saw fit to deny me my rest. Why Yotsuyu was spared not only death, but the bitter memories of her life.
You truly think it the will of the Kami? If so, her life is not mine to take. It is yours to safeguard. Come the hour of the exchange, If her memories have not returned, she may remain here in Doma to live out her days as Tsuyu. But if they do, the Guardians shall have their viceroy. Though the people will protest, they will come to accept my decision when they have been reunited with their loved ones.
Thank you, my lord.
Now then, I believe we have kept our guest waiting long enough. Did Gosetsu not seem strange to you? His sympathy for your Tsuyu apart, I mean. I know his powers of endurance only too well, but after all he has suffered, even he should not be on his feet. He puts on a brave face for our sakes, but it would not surprise me if he lacked the strength to raise his blade. Though I suppose if he and Yotsuyu are to enjoy a life of peace and quiet, he will have little use for it. It falls to us to shape that future, one in which he need never again set foot on the battlefield.
I mean, the dude, given what the guy did prior to landing in the river, I mean, it makes sense. Who can hold up a building, get shot in the back 3 times, and then get drowned in the river, and then... I mean, it's a lot to go through. Lord Heenan has at last reached a decision. With Yosetsu safely in Gosetsu's care, all that remains is to answer Asashi's proposal. I realize other matters demand your attention, but I would ask that you stay a while longer to see this business through. Even a tank can only take so much. Yeah. Guy's been through a lot.
My apologies. Our deliberations took longer than expected.
Think nothing of it. The time afforded me the opportunity to go on a rather rousing excursion through Yansha. You have reached a decision, then?
We are willing to cooperate with you in combating the Icon threat, and also in the exchange of prisoners. Assuming you accept our conditions, of course. As you know, your sister is in our care. Due to certain complications, however, we are hesitant to release her into your custody.
Complications?
She was inside Doma Castle when it collapsed. Though she survived, she remembers nothing of her past life, not even her name. To clarify, she is in our care not as a prisoner, but as a vulnerable citizen of Doma.
Are you saying you refuse to release her?
Not at all. If her memory returns before the appointed hour.
And if not, what exactly? You will accommodate her here in Doma?
Well, I sincerely doubt she will be of any great strategic value to the Empire. She spends her days daydreaming of Dango.
Dango. How dreadful. Very well. In light of our recent misstep in Sakazuki, it seems only fair that I show you the same understanding you have shown us. Though I do have one small request. Regardless of Yotsuyu's value to the Empire, she is yet my sister. Before I leave, might you permit me to speak with her in private?
Yeah, that's a terrible idea.
Of course. Perhaps you could even bring her a plate of dango. She would be most pleased.
That's a terrible idea.
Yugiri will see you to her chambers.
He doesn't have his sword, but I mean, he doesn't need it. Forgive me, my lord, but he has not been gone over long. Perhaps I should. Calm yourself, Gosetsu. I understand your concern, but we have to wait. He deserves that much. I'm sorry to keep you all waiting. Thank you for your understanding. Long did I dream of this reunion, but I never did I imagine it would be so joyless. A part of me hoped your stories of her condition were just that, but alas, it's as you say. Sue, do you remember anything of this man? Anything at all? No. I'm a stranger to her. That much was clear to me from a single look. I leave her in your care. As you wish. Now, if you excuse me, my superiors are long overdue a report. They will be delighted to hear of our agreement. Of that, I have no doubt. As for the exchange itself, once I have obtained the relevant permissions, I will arrange for your people to be relieved of their various duties and sent here to Yanix. This will take time, of course. Of course. You may rest assured your soldiers will be well cared for until your return. We will also begin taking steps to better count the threats of the Kujin and their Urkons. Before you take leave, there is one other matter. I am informed it was you who took the lead in rescuing the two young Domads from the band of the Kujin sellswords. I have not yet had the time to thank you properly. Please, there's no need to thank me. I only did what anyone would do under the circumstances. Fortunately, I was in good company at the time. The blight of the Red Kujin is on the Empire's making. Were it not for our transgressions, those children would have needed saving. The people of Delma have suffered enough, my lord, and I promise to do all in my power to spare them further pain, be it at the hands of Kujin or, indeed, the Empire. I pray the Empire will see things as you do. There may yet be hope for us all. Until we meet again. Gosetsu, as before, I leave Yotsuyu to you. I invite the rest of you to join me outside. Let's treat Arashi to a proper farewell. Gentlemen, thanks for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Hope you had a nice stream. I don't think anything's gonna make me trust this guy. The ambassador's airship awaits at Castrium Fulness. Let us be off.
I wish you a safe journey.
This has been a most enjoyable visit. I look forward to our next meeting. Maxima, would you take the others and see that all is ready for our departure?
Others.
I simply cannot leave without first giving thanks to the Warrior of Light for accompanying me through Yansha. Mark me, savior of the savages. There will be a reckoning.
You've nowhere left to run, traitor!
Ignorant savages! Killing us will avail you naught. For every Imperial you cut down, 1,000 more will come. Abandon this foolish endeavor and surrender. You may yet serve our righteous cause.
How dare you speak of righteousness? You who forsook kith and kin to serve conquerors! Be glad I grant you this mercy.
Whoa.
What in the... Reinforcements? No, just one! Cut him down!
I don't know. I don't think you guys know who that is.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
This one is promising. Who remains to offer us resistance?
A host of rebels led by Lord Cayenne hold the enclave across the river.
Lord Cayenne.
The king of the former king of Dorma, sir. They say he is one of the greatest swordsmen alive.
Is that what they say?
Who was that?
Surely you jest. That was Xenos Galvas, legatus of the 12th, the Crown Bloody Prince. I heard he was strong, but that was frightening.
That was Lord Xenos. Everything you are, your power, even your face, it vexes me. Go on. Lash out like the beast you are at an emissary and jeopardize the newfound peace between Dorma and the Empire. My lord was destined to lead us unto a glorious new age. Your light is nothing to his radiance.
If he was destined, then he wouldn't have lost. Would he?
I will cherish this moment, lock it away within my heart, until the day we meet again.
I know, right? How did they not hear any of that? Alicia should have saw his face.
You look troubled, my friend. Was it something he said?
Now, are we gonna... I hope we're gonna tell them the truth and not no fabricated bullshit.
Of all the memories to witness.
I had my doubts about him, but I would never have guessed he was a disciple of Xenos. My lord.
Calm yourself, Yugiri. I set no store by him or his enlightened brethren. But if by treating with them there is even the faintest hope we might secure the return of our conscripted brothers and sisters, I must play this game. After the way I risked their lives in the rebellion, I owe them that much.
My lord, you bear no blame for their fate.
If not blame, then responsibility. They were prisoners, and still I chose to fight, knowing they could be executed in retaliation. But now we have a chance to bring them home. If it means bargaining with the monster, so be it.
My lord.
But what if they...
Besides, I think he likes me. Which is more than some can say.
Y'all should be asking the real question, though. What the hell was he doing with Sue for so long? Why is nobody thinking of this? If she was really... If what he... Like, his first line he said was, oh, it is as you said. She doesn't remember me at all. Then it wouldn't have taken him so long. Or whatever. How are they not thinking of this? It makes no sense. Why would he bother keeping up the pretense for so long, only to drop it right before the very end? Perhaps he no longer thought it necessary, having secured Doma's cooperation in the prisoner exchange. If he truly is the disciple of Xenos, his possible emotions simply got the better of him. Remain calm around the women who slew his Lord will have taken a toll. Whatever the explanation, now is not the time for a hasty reprisals. We shall proceed as planned. The Red Kujin must be placed under surveillance and the Garlean prisoners must be made ready for the exchange. But you need not concern yourself with the details. Leave the affair of Doma to us. When the hour of the exchange draws near, we will call for you. I should certainly hope so. Whatever the Empire's true intent, we would be on hand to play our part, either to defend Doma or help usher in the lasting peace. I had thought we might use this time to return to Erosia, but given the volatility of the situation, mayhap it would be best if we remain in Kugane. Agreed. Between Yosetsu's amnesia and Anashi's dubious agenda, I'd say we have ample reason to remain in the neighborhood. If anything should happen, anything at all, you must send for us at once. Oh, I will. On that you have my word. Charting a path through the seas of trouble promised to be difficult enough. I am not so proud as to attempt to defeat alone. To Kagani then. Katara and the others must know of what transpired here. How is nobody sitting here thinking about what was he doing alone with Misetsu? How? I don't understand. If that's what you, if what you saw the ambassador is an indirection of his true nature, this prisoner exchange may not be what it seems. In fact, I'm beginning to wonder if your encounter with the Red Kujin was more than a mere happenstance. Bruh! It was like anybody and their mama could tell you that was set up. Like, come on. Because plot hole. I like the overall story of Post Stormblood, but parts of it rely on the main cast being incredibly stupid. Oh, we got another wandering minister. Yeah, your immediate thought should be, I'm sorry, with the fact that they're ninjas and everything, the fact that they didn't have somebody eavesdrop on them while they were talking was my first doubt. I'm like, why didn't you have someone eavesdrop on their conversation? You're ninjas. You should be able to do that. No? You're gonna tell me they're like And if you say no, then I'm just gonna point you to all the ninja shit they've done throughout the story and be like, you're telling me they can't eavesdrop on a conversation, but they can jump in the middle of the air? How the heck did Giri literally listen in on what they were talking about? Ah, something heroic this way comes. How fare you, Akane? As ever, I am seeking inspirations to draw upon my work. If you have any new experiences to share, I should very much like to hear them. Oh. Byakko, you say? As in Byakko of the Four Lords. He and his comrades feature prominently in the Tale of Tenzin, one of the three great plays that are performed regularly at the Muji Koza. It so happens that I know the story quite well. As a student of the fine arts, it was my duty to study it closely. I expect that you are about to tell me with the most enlightening indeed. Hidden beneath hell's lid. A sanctuary for some prisoner of one. You spoke with the auspice of the Reason Temple, and their leader was none other than Gembu of the Four Lords. A veritable character from the play come to life. Not that I would question the veracity of your account, of course. I merely comment on the incredible life you lead. And so it falls to you to quell the raging Ari Mitama of the legendary auspice in battle. My word, to think you faced the legendary White Wolf in White Tiger in battle, the Western Guardian, the Blossom's friend of the hero Tenzin. Yes, I feel Kanka coming on. Oh, forgive me. A form of classical Hinagani poetry I was, but recently taught by the actors here. It goes without saying I've yet to master it, so I will thank you for not laughing at my humble attempts. Or my fumbling attempts. Feared and forsaken, seeking death in solitude, saved by fellowship, the white tiger, the snow white harbinger of doom, becomes beloved legend. You know, in the Tale of Tenzin, Byakko was likened to a god of war with near limitless power of destruction. Not to say that Byakko you faced was a weakling, but the picture you painted is far rather less intimidating auspice, don't you think? The sort some might even be willing to cuddle, or at least reach out and rub the belly. But perhaps he has grown more reserved in his old age. Perhaps in his troubled youth, he was more closely resembled his portrait in the legends. Come to think of it, you're not altogether different, you and him. Blessed or cursed with exceptional power, defined by them in the eyes of many. Brave souls that rose to the occasion. Hey, you know those guys that oppressed us for 25 plus years? There's no reason for us to regale with them any more suspicion than you kinda sus look every now and again. Don't eavesdrop on them or anything. That would be just rude. Right. I don't. You have no idea what they were up to in that room. And then the only one that was with a level head was Gosetsu. And so it falls to you to call the raging Aratama of the legendary auspice in battle. Ah, Suzuka, the auspice whose fiery plumage was only eclipsed by her passion for her comrade Tenzin. Yes, yes, I feel a Tonka coming on. Oh, we're not fading the black for this one? As the setting suns, the fire of my broken heart casts a shadow of you, 1,000 years of moments we share in a fleeting dream. No matter the culture or the air, the tales of love and longing never cease to resonate with the soul. Do they not? And in Suzuka's case, there is an added element of tragic irony, being misjudged by all, save one singular man. A man she would come to save if only he was wrong and the world was right. A man whose fate she could have averted had she then the tremendous power she only later come to possess. As moving as the tale is, I weep to know every word of it is true. Do do do. And so it falls to me. That he nearly succumbed to his primal rage willingly, out of a misguided desire to fulfill an ancient vow. Truly, this is stuff of poetry, worthy material for a magnificent tanka. Corruption embraced, into my heart flow and fill. Indigo river, crimson black with blood and ash. Promises kept, vows fulfilled. Oops. I have heard many tales concerning Shinryu. I have heard many tales concerning Shinryu before, but your experience calls much of what I assume true into question. Though his unrivaled power as a sorcerer are as expected, he is genuinely described as a massive, majestic dragon, rather unlike the serpentine being with which you claim to have treated. And this tale of him in his youth, this fledgling auspice mistaken for a guardian kami, it is the sort of story one might expect as a cautionary parable, not a tragic and unfortunate truth. It is not at all hard for me to imagine how he grew frustrated and angry following Tenzin's death. For not only was he derived of a dear comrade, he was robbed of the chance to fulfill a sacred vow. It is good that you helped him reclaim himself. A tortured soul such as he should have easily trotted the same path as the mad auspice Koryu. Because knowledge is power, I was going to say gray one. It was on cooldown. It has an hour cooldown. Do, 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 do. Okay. Almost is the longest English word in alphabetic order. I'll let your brain rot on that one. Do 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 do. It seems you are all are in quite the predicament. Well, should we receive any urgent missibles from Doma, rest assured you will be the first to know of it. Yes, of course. We're pursuing a number of ventures to replenish our coffers, but I suppose that all can wait for if any urgent news should come through the office. About that, I wish to apologize to Taru. It was reckless of me to make such a purchase without first consulting you. You may be certain, however, that I mean to reimburse this alliance, even if it means drawing upon my personal funds. It's very thoughtful of you, but I'm sure it won't come to that. If Soraban's business proposal is as promising as it sounds, Akane should have no difficulty wiping the red from our ledger. I already did. Forgive me, Akane. It would seem I have unwittingly heaped my financial troubles upon you. I swear I will pay you back. Though I fear I will struggle to cobble together anything of monetary value. Knowledge I can gather in abundance. To start, I plan to investigate the divisions forming within the Empire. Mayhap Roll and his associates have heard something on the subject. Regardless, the more we know about the politics of Garlemald, the better our chances of predicting the Imperial's next move, which might yield you the advantage of the day of the prisoner exchange. Knowing that we do about Arashi's apparent resentment towards you, I cannot say what he hopes to gain from it. If there is even the faintest chance that a lasting peace could be forged between Doma and the Empire, what choice have we but to try? Lord Heenan had the right of it. Arsashi may very well be a monster, but we must play his game for now. You know, I'm sitting there thinking, I was sitting there thinking, I forgot to say earlier. Like, can you even... Like, how do you know the prisoners you're gonna get back haven't been experimented on? With all we've learned. Arranging the prisoner exchange proved easier than I thought. Yes, my lord will be most pleased. Everything's going according to plan. Exactly. Like, those prisoners aren't gonna be...
Can you truly remember nothing? Nothing at all?
Were we friends?
Yes. We were good friends, you and I. In fact, I've brought you a gift. I pray that one day soon, as you gaze into that mirror, you will remember the woman staring back at you.
It's so pretty. Who are you? Who are you?
Okay. Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital... Yeah, these prisoners we get back aren't going to be regular prisoners, that's for sure.
How are you feeling, my lord?
Fine, now leave me.
Gaius. Or Xenos. How does one survive cutting their own throat? Okay. Hey, Lander. Hello. Alf has important news to share. Akane, impeccable timing. We have just received letter from Lord Heenan. It writes that Domans are coordinating their effort with the Blue Kujin to maintain a constant watch over the Red. By staying on the outlook of the signs of the crystals hoarding and the like, they mean to nip any summoning attempts in the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions for peace set down by the ambassador. For the Garlean's part, the populars have sent word that a vessel bearing Doman conscripts is soon to arrive in Yannick. 'Tis would seem that the prisoners' exchange is proceeding as planned. Lord Heenan requests your presence, and I share his view that you should be on his hand at this critical juncture. According to the letter, Yatsua's memory has yet to return, so it would seem she'll be living out the rest of her days in Doma, assuming the ambassador means to honor the agreement, of course. Before we get to that, however, I think it would be wise to assess her condition one last time. If the Domans have missed any change in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Arashi weren't the one to spot it. Agreed. Let us make straight ways for the Enclave, then. Lord Hina will be waiting. I trust you will cope in our absence, Taru? Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Just be sure to come back safely. If we have even the slightest chance of peace, we will take it, even if Aratsi is a monster. I love how misguided that quote is. Ah yes, let's trust the Empire that is still hell-bent on conquering the world to come up with a peaceful solution, with no strings attached. Yeah. I think this is where him being naive is just biting him in the ass here. Yeah, weird. Why was that not showing up? Lord Heenan is expecting you. May I show you in? Sure. I see my letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming so swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there is another matter I regret I neglect to mention. It concerns Gosetsu. As you may have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather worse than wear, and despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, or perhaps because of them, he recently collapsed. Good gods, is he all right? Confined to the bed and grumbling without cease, but he has shown signs of recovery. He made me promise not to tell you, lest you worry unduly, which was all well, very well when you weren't here. Now that you are here, however, I think it's high time he receives some visitors. Might you spare him a moment? Yotsuyu was scarce left at his side, and I imagine you're curious to see what has become of her as well. We will visit him at once. Akane, Alicia, shall we? Alright.
Open wide now.
Pleased to you. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself. I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
A persimmon?
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
I hope we are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... a gross exaggeration. A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps, but with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
Take off your clothes.
Gosetsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
My lady, I assure you this is not.
Off with them. We need to wash you. You stink. What are all these scars? There are so many of them.
There's 3.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man. Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
But leave me be, woman! I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
So she remembers shooting him. They make a convincing pair, do they not? On first acquaintance, I would think him a doting grandsire and her a model grandchild. Indeed, had someone told me a year ago that I would live to bear witness to such a scene, I would have declared them mad. That aside, I'm relieved to see Gosetsu has lost none of his spirit. But what a turn of events. I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him, you couldn't make it up. Although I suppose Gosetsu is an old man. With the way he charges through life, it can be easy to forget. Aye, he has resisted the decrepitude of the same defiance he showed the enemies of Doma. But no matter how adamant his will, no man can carry on forever. He has pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains. He will never again be the warrior he once was. He has given his all for liege and land, and we will ask no more. But what of his nurse? If Gosetsu is feigning that, well, she certainly has fooled me. This is no pretense. Yugiri, out of all of us, I would think you the hardest to convince, so what makes you so sure? I have been spying on Yosetsu from the shadows, waiting for the misstep that would betray her charade for what it was. But her mask has never slipped. Not once. She has remained in character from the first. One evening, I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard and was pretending to prepare dinner right there on the tatami, a child's game. Even the wariest shinobi would not go to such lengths. I can but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Well, that's good enough for me and everyone else, I would hazard. Aye, the matter is settled. Yosetsu will become Tsuyu and begin a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we will need to present her to the ambassador one last time and prove that her memory is truly gone. But I would not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. Her presence at the exchange would only stir up Munition's thoughts. understandably, she as good as fastered in chains around her neck. Aye, which is why I mean to conduct this business of Sue first, out of sight of my countrymen. Will you help me? We are at your service. There is no higher purpose in the pursuit of peace. My thanks. The Garleans are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We will meet you at the docks with Sue. This is only gonna end badly. Hey, Guardy, hello. We have spared no effort to increase guard at every settlement here in Yannex. The Red Coacher will trouble us no more. On that, you have my word. And now they're gonna let their guard down because of freaking Yagiri's testimony. Even though this is only gonna end poorly. Shall we wait here then? Lord Heenan should not be long. My friends, have you seen Suyu? She is nowhere to be found. What? But the Garleans will be landing in a matter of moments. If she fled, could it mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yagiri is scouring the streets as we speak, but it's possible Suyu has left the enclave altogether. How? Captain, a word? Did you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? Aye, a fair-skinned woman, my lord? I do not rightly know. I think yes, my lord. Now that you mention it, there was a lady amongst the passengers who I do not recall having seen before. Her face was hidden by a brim of her hat, but I remember her taking hand to her onto the boat. White as a new fallen snow it was. Is she someone important, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Wrong? No. I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Be at ease, Captain. So it seems Suyu has crossed the river. Kami, help me. No good can come of this. Hey Chipster, hello. Though his face betrays little signs of panic, Heenan is plainly desperate to find Yotsuyu before something terrible happens. It seems Yotsuyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami, help us if someone catches a clear view of her face. I must find her before that happens. The responsibility of her disappearance for all of this lies with me, but I would ask for your aid nonetheless. We are at your service, Lord Heenan. Now as before. Let us make the crossing and begin our search. You go on ahead. Someone should let Yagiri know what we've learned. I'll join you on the other side. We have no way of knowing where Suyu is headed, so we had best divide our forces. I'll take Kusha Akiri and its surroundings. Alf, if you would take the road to Castrum Fluminous. Akane, forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of the Yazuka Manor? one of the Namazu may, well, have seen our quarry. If everyone is in agreement, let us board this skiff and hope that the kami smiles upon our efforts. This is gonna come at a worse time. So now we have like no backup. We have like no backup. We're split up. How are you liking the game so far? Oh, it's nice. Welcome to Yuzuka Manor. Yes, if there's anything you care to know, you only need a pale-skinned woman. I have seen no such traveler. I'm sorry to say. Most sorry. Skelly skill Namaze, on the other hand, we have in abundance. Waiting for my plane back to Korea. I posted all my food pics in Discord. Oh, hey, Snowy. You weren't there that long. Were you there for like 2-3 days? Why is he twitching on the floor? You unusually pale skin? Yes. I saw this woman on the way back from my fishing trip. She had just crossed the shallows east of here and was headed in the northeasterly direction for the most part. Her steps did not seem certain. If you hurry, you might catch her. Meet my long-lost brother. Oh, that's nice. Hope you had a nice time. There's no signs of Yatsuyu to the north. Perhaps she is somewhere farther to the northeast. Okay. We bought a bunch of weeb shit. How long does the plane ride take? Still no signs of Yatsu, or she is yet further northeast. Yatsuyu is nowhere to be seen, but lying on the ground a short distance to the north, you spy a familiar-looking wide brimmed hat. It's about an hour and 5 from Busan to Osaka. A cursory glance is all that it requires to confirm your suspicion. It is the same hat Yatsuyu was wearing when you found her in the Sakazuki. Okay. They're here too. Akane, before you ask, our search in Kasuraki And surrounding his yield exactly not. Save this chance of reunion with you, I suppose. Mistress Alice has gone to assist her brother at the castrium. It was she who informed me of the situation. I joined Lord Heenan here shortly after. How did you fare at the Yuzuka Manor? Any signs of our missing guest? Towards Nameni. By the kami if the villagers recognize her, it will not end well. We must hurry. Yagiri and I will check the patties. The villagers' square is yours. Do. Okay. Oh, okay.
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
Why would she get rid of her hat, though?
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
Yeah, I was gonna say, you might want to get going.
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
What did I do?
As if you don't know!
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
My lord, forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead.
I too was surprised to learn of her survival. More even than you, I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the Kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsuga's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten? Forgotten everything she's done?
Lies! Lies! My lord, she would say anything to escape punishment!
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
What I saw then, it's all true. I'm sorry! I'm so sorry.
You're sorry. And what? We're supposed to forgive you!
Here, there's no need to cry. Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu and treated as a citizen of Doma. I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands and suffer her to live, for now.
For her to hear these words like constant, like...
Please, Issei.
Like, she has to know she's done some bad shit.
All right. I'll keep my peace.
Like, everywhere she goes, she constantly gets told how horrible she is.
As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
Heenan's face is a picture of relief. That would have been that would have been better avoided, but at least it did not end in bloodshed. And by judging by Tsuyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. Nah, it seems that it was an offhand request of Gosetsu which brought her to Name. She came here in search of persimmons. Ha! And they say fruit is good for health. I do hope Gosetsu finds the tasting to his liking. Well, we have certain taken the long way around, but let us continue on to the Castrum Fuminus. Our meeting with the ambassador and Alf and Alicia should be there, conducting their search. I don't get it though. Why would she drop her hat though? Seems odd. It's raining. If you told me during Stormblood that I'd feel anything for Yosetsu other than kill bitch, I would have called you crazy. I mean, they do definitely paint her as like a bloodthirsty monster. That's like, with no remorse. But oftentimes the people who betray their own people often have a reason for it. Versus like, say, like, what's his name? Let's say, let's just use Xenos, for example. Him killing the Domads and stuff, you know. You could just kind of write it off as like, oh yeah, he's a dick. But since, you know, Fedora and what's-her-face kind of betrayed their own people, usually there's like some reason behind it, right? Or most of the time, when people betray, there's some sort of reason behind it. I don't know. I mean, like we said yesterday, if her family would have been kind to her instead of shitty towards her, she might have not turned into the monster that she is today. Or, you know. It seems our Imperial guests have already arrived. 'Tis time to meet with the ambassador.
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself. Physically, she is in fine health, but her mind is unchanged.
So I see. But all need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
Mm-hmm. This guy doesn't even get words.
Ah, Yotsuyu. You look, well.
Oh, that's her mother and father.
Of all the people.
Is something wrong, dear sister? These are our beloved parents. Does not the sight of them bring back sweet childhood memories?
She didn't have a sweet childhood.
Gosetsu. I have to take this to Gosetsu.
It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient.
That's fucked up.
You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Dorma. Do not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
We continue with the exchange as planned then.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our needs. We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
Agreed. Until then, Ambassador.
God, what I didn't for some reason I didn't make the connection that he was a little kid in the past. But now that makes much sense. I know better than to trust Arashi, but that was a dirty trick. Still, unpleasant as it was, we have at least put the matter of Suyu's future to rest. I have sent her back to the inn cave with Yugiri to get Gosetsu his precious persimmon. Come, let us follow them. You have that look, Alf. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence, most like. We can discuss it upon our return. Or you could just tell us now. Oh my god. Hey, have a safe flight home, Snowy. I don't know what she did, but I feel bad for her. Alright, well, let me paint the picture. From the very beginning. Or the way the game represents it to us. I think that's probably the best way of doing it. So she is introduced as basically a evil person. The first thing we ever see of her is asking a villager to kill another villager because, in her own words, he has to be guilty of something. So she gets one villager to kill someone else. And then she asks that same villager to kill 2 elderly people. And the kid goes, but those are my parents. And she says, because they're too old to work. And so, and she's like, oh, but now you're not going to do what, as I say? Thought you said you were going to do anything for the Empire. So then the kid tries to shoot her. He gets gunned down. And etc. Right? And then Gosetsu offers himself as a prisoner. She tortures Gosetsu for a while. We come and rescue him. She escapes to the castle. We raid the castle. And during the... She's not a combatant, right? So she can't fight. So during the raid on the castle, it collapses. She basically kind of used it as a trap. She planned on killing everybody with the castle collapsing on top of them. Gosetsu literally holds the roof up himself. Before even all that, Heenan literally cut her down with his blade. And so they thought she was dead. The building is falling down. Gosetsu, in the ox he is, holds the building up. And during that time, we find out that she's still alive, and she shoots him in the back 3 times. Then, during that whole thing, the building falls down, we get out, and then the building explodes. So it made us think that they were dead. But we come to find out later that the bottom gave out. They got flushed into the river. And then eventually they found a piece of wood, and that carried them to an island. And during that time, she lost her memory. Or during the events, she lost her memory. So we thought they were both dead, but they turned out to be alive. So that's up to that point. But then afterwards, so there's another paralleling character that has somewhat of a similar story going on. Fadola, but we'll talk about that either. Yeah, so she has amnesia, yeah. And so during that point, somewhere between that point and this point, we come to find out the shitty life she had. Her parents never showed her any kind of love whatsoever. They said that she was stupid from birth. Her son was getting praised by the military. So he gets enlisted into the military. And then her mom just scolds her for even daring to talk during the conversations with the officers. Her father sells her into prostitution for like dirt cheap. So then she basically becomes a prostitute unwillingly for, you know, all kinds of people. And then eventually she becomes an informant for the Empire. She starts learning secrets. She becomes an informant for the Empire. And then when the Empire basically runs it over Doma and beats their ass, they put her in charge because she sold secrets of her people to them. And so the whole thing that Gosetsu, like we had the cutscene earlier where Gosetsu was saying she lost all her oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, first the father sold her to a person who abused her, and then he died, and then she got sold into prostitution. Right. And then that's when she became an informant. Yeah. So she was, you know, beaten. And she was probably beaten before that by her own family. So the whole point is that while she betrayed Doma, you could argue morality-wise or morally that Doma betrayed her first. Does that say everything she did prior to all that is just? No. But you can also say that if you would have showed her kindness, she probably wouldn't have gone on to do the atrocities that she did. And the same is said for Fedora. So we'll just go with Fedora. There's another character. So this is the Doma citizens. One. We'll go to Ragalar's Reach. So this is Alamigo, home of the Almaganes. Right? They lost their homeland. They lost their homeland to the Empire years back. Right? And so there is one character, Fedora, right? She was born after the occupation, right? Her family, or her parents who are non-combatants, they're Maganes, they side with the Empire for survival. Because they don't want to join the resistance. Because they don't believe they'll make it, you know, like they're non-combatant people. They're just trying to survive. So they join the resistance, and Fedora is born, and etc., etc. Well, one day while walking down the capital, the Maganes, who are, I don't want to say they're enslaved, but I mean basically they are, but they're not. They start talking shit about her family, calling them traitors and stuff. And then she asks them, "Father, what does that mean?" And then the dude starts going off talking about how, like, oh, you're a bitch, your family, or how could you betray your own, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then a whole mob of people surround them and start fucking throwing rocks at them. The mom gets away. She asks the guard for help. And the guard literally says, "Sorry, we are under orders to not interfere with any Alamegans stuff." So as her daughter and husband are just being stoned literally to death right in front of her, and she's like, "We're citizens." They don't give a shit. So then her dad literally dies right there. Gets a rock thrown at his head, dead. Right in front of her face at the age of 10. And so the whole idea is people throughout the story call her a traitor because she's killing her own people. But you can ask the question again. I posed the question. I said, because she's in custody now in jail, in their jail, if you would put her on trial and she went to her trial and said, "You guys killed my father when I was 10 years old, for shit that I had no choice in, whatever would make you think I would side with you when you killed my father when I was 10 years old and blame me for choices that they made? Why would you think I would join you?" Would be a solid argument, I feel. Like, their actions that day literally create the beast that goes on to kill them later in the war. And so they call her like a kin. I was talking about how they call her a kinslayer. But you can even argue for the fact that was she ever really like? She's one of you when it's convenient for your narrative to say, oh, you're a traitor, but you never treat her as one of you prior to those events. You blame her as a kinslayer after the fact that you murder her parents. And then you're surprised that she turned sword against you? Like, what? Like, in a way, these people have their hand in creating these beasts. Like, they created these beasts. In a way, it's very much the people's fault for not being kind to their own people, which is kind of the fucked up part about all of it. If her parents were kind to her when she was a child, Yosua might not have gone on to become the beast that she was. If the Alamegans understood that a 10-year-old has no fucking decision in her parents siding with the imperial government, yet you're gonna throw rocks at her all the same and murder her dad in front of you and then blame her later in life that she's dare kills you, what did you think was gonna fucking happen? What did you think was gonna happen? She was gonna be happy? Like, let's face it, slaves not entirely accurate, but indentured servants definitely fits. They're treated as second-class citizens. I mean, yeah, they're pretty much. I mean, I imagine this is pretty accurate. Because what did they say? I forget if it's for the Alamegans or the Domads. I forget exactly, but after they got conquered, they captured some of them, beaten the other ones, and then executed half of them as a means of showing to the people what would happen if you got out of line. So it's basically like free labor. I mean, it's basically free labor. And then they were basically having to give their shit to them and barely have scarce stuff to survive. So yeah, it's pretty bad. This is one of the bits that I love about post Stormblood. It makes the antagonists more well-rounded and giving them motives that makes more sense for being the way they are. I mean, yeah, it doesn't justify their crimes. I think in Fedora's case, it kind of does. Like, I think, honestly, it's just her on the opposite side. And that's really all it is. Like, it's, like, when you really think about it, she didn't choose to be born on Imperial favor, right? Her parents sided with it. She didn't. She's just going along with them because she's naive. She's a kid. She doesn't know any better. And then her family gets murdered. Other than her killing her friends, which she tries to justify for freedom, but it's a little. You're losing that battle anyway. But she only does the order because she knows if she doesn't do the order, she's gonna get fucking killed. But she did it anyway. Yeah. If she didn't do that, they were dead anyway. Xenos would have killed her. Xenos would have killed her, yeah, and probably killed them too. And she was kind of put in a shitty situation there. And then it's not like she's going to go fight him and beat him. She's going to lose, but... And she was really in an impossible situation right there. There was no pretty outcome. But given the circumstances, she's more so just someone on the opposite side. You can't blame the lady for killing her own people when her own people never accepted her to begin with. You can't. That's the thing about this that's really nice, is that you can't really blame them. In a way, does it justify her going around and torturing all the nomads current day? No. Does it make it like, no? Her going around and torturing all the nomads because of what her parents did to her when she was a kid and the shitty life she led, is it justified? Hell no. But is her lack of empathy and care for her fellow man, does it make sense? Absolutely. 100%. That little girl was never shown any love from birth. Why would she ever show it to anyone? She wouldn't. She probably never even knew what it feels like. So how can you expect her to be kind? It explains why, it justifies not. No. But like the real thing here is that it really shows you that like you should really be kind to other people. I mean, that's the real takeaway here, is you should be kind to other people because you don't know the little things you do to them or the big things you do to them. They have effects on people. These problems are very much, in a way, on a nation scale, though those two people are self-inflicted. Those two people are literally self-inflicted. If people would have been kind to them, they most likely would have never had to deal with them. The moral of this story is karma's a bitch. Yeah. Both nations had to pay because of the shitty decisions of a few people. And we're not talking like people in power who like make, like, who have the means to be able to govern millions of people and have way of influence. We're just talking about normal people. Their actions literally became the burden for many people to bear. We should pay a visit to Gosetsu and assure him about Suyu's fate. He will want to know that the Empire has finally relinquished its claim on her.
Gosetsu, are you awake?
My lord, come in, come in. When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from weeping. She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me. She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to upset her so?
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents. A misguided attempt to restore Yotsuyu to her senses. It was plain their presence caused her great distress, but she seemed otherwise unaffected.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not? It was a cruel trick to use her tormentors like that, knowing the pain it could cause.
Oh, yeah.
I like this Asahi less and less.
Be that as it may, he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to remain with us in Doma. Our primary concern now is to hand over the prisoners without incident and bring our people safely home.
There was one other detail at the meeting which caught my attention. I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder...
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
My lord! Forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone!
Gone?
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fallen asleep.
No, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room instead of a cell. She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize search parties. Might I call upon your assistance?
This is like finding Zadornov in Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. How many times is she gonna get out? You had to find Zadornov like 6 times in that game.
Help! Help!
Whoa.
Help! Help me!
Oh, that's her parents. Damn. But what are they doing here?
If only I hadn't remembered. He should hate me. But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
Who's there?
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
You're the bane of our existence, Yotsuyu. A font of misery. You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh, no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure.
God, they are insufferable.
We had a perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine. I don't deserve this.
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament. You've kept your looks, at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugane and start a new business.
He's gonna sell her again.
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty. Yes, this is how it always was. How it was meant to be. Very well. If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it. To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation. But the time has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. Against all my enemies. And it begins with you!
Damn.
Yotsuyu!
You deserve this. I have no sympathy. You'd stab her twice. Good riddance.
Well done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
Oh no.
Brother dearest, what a surprise. You always were a cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me? To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each. I'm impressed. But surely you can't be satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance, and the power to see it through.
She doesn't.
Please. I don't want to die.
Maybe you should have treated your kid better.
Any sign of her? What happened here? I knew what would happen if she recovered. And still, I did nothing. You say she left with her brother? Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives. But this is neither the time nor the place. We must gather the others.
Yeah, it's kind of strange because it doesn't give us any kind of, I mean, outside of them just painting him as a monster, they really haven't given us any kind of indication that he hated his parents, but I guess that's supposed to be the monster part of him. Because they seem like they treated him nicely, but monsters be monsters. We have recovered the Nihilist remains and will hold the cremation anon. With that, they had never again set foot in Doma. I broke the news to Gosetsu myself. He was quiet. I think it's best that he be allowed some time alone with his thoughts. It's pretty clear he used them. Yeah. Lord Heenan seems keen to take stock of the situation. So, my friends, that which we feared has come pass. Yosetsu has regained her memory and returned to the Imperial fold. It is by any measure a cruel twist, not least for Gosetsu, but one which does not invalidate our agreement. According to the terms of the contract, we were bound to surrender Yosuyu into the Guardian's hands should her condition improve prior to the hour of exchange. By that reckoning, all is, if not as it should be, then as it must be. This I can accept. But what I can't accept are the inconceivable lengths of which Arashi went to achieve this outcome. Given his recent conduct and his apparent admiration of Xenos, it is plain he cannot be trusted. And that is to say nothing of the unexplained containers he insisted on bringing to our meeting. Whatever the ambassador is planning, I think it's unlikely our negotiations will end peacefully. In the event of hostilities, the safety of the conscripts must be our first concern. As such, I would have an escape route in place before the meeting begins. A wise precaution. If the main structure, Castrum Fuminis, is to be the stage for the exchange, then I believe a thorough inspection is in order. The Citadel has stood empty ever since the Imperial withdrawal. While we took steps to ensure that it would not be defended by any occupying force, it is entirely possible that the ambassador has arranged things there to be to his advantage. I will slip inside and make certain we have an unobstructed exit. Pray allow me to join you. I have some experience of Imperial facilities, and should matters take a turn for the worse, I would hope to be at least of some use. Very good. That should be enough to guarantee us a way out of the castrum. Before that, however, we will need a ship to ferry the conscripts back to the Enclave. Even with every skiff we have, it would take several ships to evacuate everyone. The Confederate Sea Boon, on the other hand, would require only a single run and leave us far less vulnerable on the waters. Assuming, of course, Rasho could be convinced to part with one. Might I take the lead on this? I've had dealings with Rasho and his pirates before. And I won't be alone, will I, Kane? You can count on me. Much appreciated. I quite fancy parlaying with pirates again. It's a shame Lise won't be there to reprise her role. I'm certain you would make a persuasive pair, but I think I will accompany you to these negotiations all the same. My lord, the ruler of Doma should not be seen consorting with common brigands. Come now, Yagiri. They stood with us against the Empire. If we could ask their aid once more, we must treat them as equals. My presence shall serve to demonstrate our sincerity. Indeed, my lord, pray forgive my presumptions. By your leave, Master Alf, I shall be about our task. And we should be on our way to Ono Koro. Time is short. Rasho may take some convincing. Yeah, you're probably right, Hot Loop. Yeah, I probably don't remember the details. Now there's a face I didn't expect to see. What brings the noble lord of Doma into the company of beggared rats such as we? If you've come to offer Doman chains in place of Garlean ones, then I'm afraid you've wasted a trip. Ah, what a fine subjects you would make. With your fleet at your disposal, our restoration efforts would be hastened tenfold. But let us speak seriously. I stand before you not to demand your fealty, but to request aid once more. Mayhap you are confused. Doma's liberation was but a means to an end. We aid you only to save ourselves. Now we have no such incentive. We have sworn no oath to you and will not come running like hounds at their master's whistle. And I would not presume to treat you with us. I came to petition your cooperation as an ally of equal standing. Equal standing, you say? Seems a bit lopsided to me. Where's the profit for us in all this? Profit? Must you always think in such short-sighted terms? Have you ever heard of doing the right thing? Have you ever heard of pirates, little miss? You'll find we're simple souls. You pay our tithe, you sail in peace. You deny us our due, we take it by force. We'll pull you out of the water if we see you drowning. But we're not in the business of doing something for nothing. Calm yourself, Mistress Alicia. We did not come here to moralize. We came here to talk, and there is more to be said. According to the records recovered after the liberation, relatives of your Doman-born brethren were among those conspired into the Imperial's army. And as you are aware, we recently negotiated the return of said conscripts. Many, alas, will arrive to find no families waiting for them, no homes that grant them shelter. I would ask that you offer them a place in the Confederacy. You would not be rescuing strangers, but welcoming brothers and sisters into your ranks. And has not the Confederacy been in need of new recruits? You seem well informed of our affairs, Lord Heenan. The losses we suffered at the Garlean's hands are no secret. But since we drove them out of Doma, the Ruby Sea has come alive with traders and travelers. So many vessels that tax, so few pirates that tax them. We could do with some more hands on deck, dubiously so if they're familiar with the inner workings of the Empire. Very well. The Confederacy agrees to your request. You will have your ship. Before that, you must do something for me. The vessel I have in mind was damaged during the battle with the Empire. Though we have mended her, she is yet to be declared seaworthy. She is sound enough down below, but when you load her up with conscripts, the water lines rise. Those upper planks had best be free of cracks. Assuming you want your people to stay dry, you will do me the favor of swimming around the hall and check for weaknesses. That is, if Doman lords are not averse to getting their robes wet. Not this Doman lord. If we each inspect a third of the ship, it shall be done in trice. That's the spirit. The ship is moored at the Quick Escape Pier. Our apprentice shipwright will be on deck to hear your reports. Look for a lad named Inahashi. And I thought I had the knack for parlaying with pirates. For the record, my previous attempt was in magnated success, and yes, I would have quit while I was ahead. Well. I thought the rumors exaggerated, but the young lord lives up to his reputation. Ow. Oh, it was to the north. Oops. I didn't mean to dive. Okay, first of all, I gotta get off this bird. Sending the head of state to swim? Yeah, he seems like he wants to. I mean, but let us be real here. Would we rather have the opposite? have someone who sits in the office and doesn't do any of the field work and becomes, you know what I mean? That's kind of how the disconnect between the people starts. So it's great that he's out here doing this stuff, you know? Upon closer inspection, you spot a small crack in one of the planks. The more he stays away from the field, the greater the chance that he becomes arrogant, I'd say. Hi, I'm the shipwright, apprentice shipwright. Did you find anything that might need attention? The section I inspected seems solid enough. Oh, on the port side, near the bow, you say? All right, see what I can do. My apologies. I seem to have lagged behind. I could have floated in that gentle sea all day. Otherwise, I'm happy to report no visible cracks or holes in my section of the hull. You're Lord Heenan. The captain sent you to inspect the hull? Kami, have mercy. Forgive us this discourtesy, my lord. Ah. It's quite all right. In fact, I'd rather enjoyed it. I take it you are of Doma? Yes, my lord. The Imperials took my father away after the uprising, and I had nowhere else to turn. The Confederacy became my family. But someone told me they're releasing conscripts now. Maybe my father would be among them? Not that I can go back. There's no leaving once you've joined. How fair is Our Lady? Is she seaworthy? Captain, we found a small crack in the port side. But I've had it fixed before you know it. But I'll have it fixed before you know it. I see you've met the boy. Did he tell you his story? He babbles when he's nervous. Should his father be among the conscripts as he hopes, I mean to give him the choice to leave this life. If he chooses so, I expect you to see they are provided for. I have heard that those who join the Confederacy forswear all ties with kin and homeland. Is this oath so easily put aside? If I allow it. I see in him the lad I was 25 years ago. You say the words. You mean them. But the yearning for home still lingers. My family is long dead, and I know this life is my lot, but he has scarce dipped his toes with us. If there is a life for him in Doma, he should have the chance to live it. Well said. The Empire's conquest has uprooted many and more, be it in the Yanix or out on the Ruby Sea. We've had a duty to ensure the Inahashi and the others like him are free to dwell where they desire. Then the matter is settled. I'll make preparations to cast off. Well, my friends, it seems we have our ship. Let us return to the Enclave. Do. Why does it do this? This is like the only time I ever used the teleporting stuff. The teleporting window. I guess it's because it wasn't always there, I guess. Lord Heenan is expecting you. May I show you in? It seems Yagiri and Alf completed their task before us. They have been waiting. We scour the structures and determine the swiftest path to safety. In the event of hostilities, we will lead the conscribes outside within all possible haste. From here, the Confederacy has pledged a ship. From there, the Confederacy has pledged a ship to ferry us across the One River. Now we have but to attend the exchange and pray the Kami these precautions are unnecessary. Heenan is ready to proceed with the prisoner exchange. While we are putting our contingencies plans in place, I left Hakuru in charge of organizing transport for the Imperial prisoners. He will see they are arrived at the appointed hour, leaving us free to rendezvous with our Confederate allies. Come, let us. They await us on the riverbank, not far from the castrum. I'm going to assume that the boxes are the prisoners. That's my assumption. Like the prisoners are in the boxes. What? I don't expect the Empire to just hand over citizens. We've already seen that they've gone to lengths to experimenting on people. I expect they're going to hand over people who have been experimented on. That's my assumption. And we've already seen the Empire has no... They have no... They're fine with sacrificing their own soldiers. They're A-okay with it. We've seen it multiple times. I don't think they really care about these prisoners. No qualm, thank you. Yeah, I don't think they really care about these prisoners. At all. Your party is assembled then. Aye. I'm ready for what lies ahead, I trust. Least there be any confusion, though. The tower across the water is the scene of an exchange. And that and whatever else Ashi has planned. But regardless of the ambassador's intent, we will bring our people home. Yagiri, you are to evacuate the conscribes at the first sign of trouble. Yes, my lord. We, meanwhile, shall cover their escape and lend what support we can. Also, I want to point it out because Yagiri was the one who brought it up in the first place. But this game loves to do the whole, like, you are a super mighty powerful band of people, but then in some instances you guys are like super weak. Like, for instance, when we were doing the tour of the land and the red Kujin appear and after, right, and we beat them, right, and Yagiri says, oh, if the warrior light was not with us, we probably would have not won. Yet how many times have we seen like the heroes just cleave and cut and beat and destroyed like people like it's no business? They're very picky and choosy with like, oh man, a couple of foot soldiers, that's too much for us to handle. Oh no, we can defeat them by the dozens. Like, it's the classic cutscene inconsistency. It's so like, when she said it, I just like tilted my head like, really? I don't know about this. We meanwhile shall cover their escape and lend what support we can. Your ship awaits you at the Cashrum's loading docks. She will see you safely home. Then all stands ready to play their part. Come, let us be about it. And you're right, Ray. Yeah, I agree. We all know this is a trap.
At last, the hour has come. The conclusion to these negotiations will mark a new beginning for Dorma and the Empire. A first step on the road to peaceful coexistence.
Indeed. We are ready to proceed with the exchange when you are. Forgive my curiosity, Ambassador, but is there a purpose to these containers you bring with you?
Oh, the supply crates. They are filled with materials we hoped might be of use in Dorma's restoration. I meant to gift them to you at our last meeting, but we had so much else to discuss.
Oh yeah, I bet.
How very generous. I confess I had not expected such compassion, welcome though it is. But then I was also surprised by the news that one of our captives had delivered herself into your custody ahead of time. A minor discrepancy I shall overlook in the spirit of the occasion.
Are you perhaps referring to me, Lord Hien?
Yotsuyu.
Orphan of the Nairi, widow of Sashihai, and acting Viceroy of Dorma. You and your people are mine to govern, mine to punish!
Well, well. It would seem your shattered mind is mended. As per our agreement with the Ambassador, you are free to return with him to the Empire. Your authority as acting Viceroy, however, is no longer recognized here.
My position is not for you to decide, little lordling. All who resist the rule of the Empire must be purged. Such was the order given to me by Lord Xenos himself. I will reign here in this putrid, pestilent swamp until the last of you has been broken.
Okay.
This land shall know no dawn. I will spew forth darkness and drown all in eternal night. And high above you I shall shine, uncaring, cold and distant as the moon!
Crystal.
What has she done?
She's turning into a primal.
This is a summoning.
Okay. So who is she gonna turn into? Moon. The only summon I know associated with the moon is Fenrir. We already fought him. It's just her. Okay.
A dormant citizen has called forth an icon in direct violation of our primary agreement. The negotiations have failed. Abandon the captives and make preparations to withdraw.
But Ambassador!
Disobey me, Pilus, and you disobey the Emperor. Make preparations to withdraw! Now!
As you command.
My lord, you must fall back!
You ask me to run?
Leave this to me.
Against such a foe, I would be more hindrance than help. The field is yours. We will withdraw, but not without our countrymen. I want every soul accounted for. Every soul!
My lord.
I knew you would not flee. I see now the strength which flows from that baleful light of yours. But I am become Tsukuyomi, goddess of the moon and divinity of night. What power can compare to such celestial majesty?
Tsukuyomi.
I shall plunge all I despise into darkness. And within that black abyss, even your light shall flicker and fail. Come, let us cast the stalks and look upon the fate of Thorman. I see a future in which the sun sets on this wretched land.
Why does it look like she has rabbit ears?
Once and for all!
think she does. Castrum, humorless. There's a thing with bunnies in the moon in Japan. Okay. 335. I'm like 400. Trial, so it's 8 people. Wait, why is my cursor not changing? Alright, does anyone else want to join? If not, that's okay too. Which one was yours again? Kiana, right? And Celestia Faye Caller, that's you. Guardy, right? Okay. Well, that was instant. I gotta say, I don't really like her turning into a primal. I'm gonna wait to see how this turns out, but I don't really like the idea of this. I was on board until she turned into a primal.
It's going to be a long night.
Hey Shade, hello. This circle that's on the ground, do I want to get out of it? Or is that like my teammate's circle?
Your end is near.
Ow. Okay. Okay. Oh, how convenient. Be gone.
Darkness becomes the spider. From mortal, I rise on you. Suffused with night, I shall prevail.
I shall prevail because I have the power. He-Man. Except in this case, it's She-Man.
Take them!
I died. How did I die?
Shine petals veil.
I don't even know how I died. I mean, I was running to the other side of the field doing that, so. Oh. Brother. Of course. Damn, again?
You really must learn to finish the job. 'Tis true that a gaudy mirror and a handful of crystals make for a feeble summoning. But even the weakest icon is a god of sorts. A threat that must be put down. My, such hostility! These beings are the sworn enemies of the Empire. I merely did my duty as an Imperial officer. Will you surrender to anger then? Slay an anointed emissary to avenge a fallen foe?
Ha! You cannot, of course! To do so would burn the bridges we have labored so hard to build.
Oh, but I'm forgetting. They're already ash. This doorman woman has seen to that. The Empire cannot ally itself with any nation that refuses to renounce summoning. I believe I was most clear on that point. It should have been mine. The power he bestowed upon her. I should have been the one to govern Doma. I would have repaid his faith.
No one alive loves him more than I!
Instead, this harlot betrayed his trust. Useless piece of filth! Worthless whore!
Nice. Heenan? Or Gosetsu?
Thank you, dear brother, for this precious gift. Vengeance. These people, our people, they ignore the corruption which festers beneath the surface. Cast aside that which is dirty and broken. Speak not of things which would disrupt their dreary little lives. Like you, Asahi. Always pretending not to see. You were the first. The first I swore to kill. such bliss. I had thought my hunger insatiable. But now I am satisfied. You should feel honored, dear brother. I saved the last of my strength, just for you. What's the matter? The Witch of Doma will soon be dead.
Gosetsu will mourn you.
He will mourn to you, perhaps. I wonder, was the fruit as sweet as he remembered?
Stomp him in the face. Stomp him in the face. Kick him in the face. Let's get it over with.
Lord Xenos. I am at your disposal.
Asai, you were born of Doma, yes?
Yes, my lord. I am honored that you would remember me. How may I serve?
You are hereby appointed Ambassador Plenipotentiary, and empowered to speak with the voice of the Emperor. Return to your native land of Doma, and announce your intention to sue for peace.
For peace?
Once negotiations are underway, you are to locate the acting Viceroy.
She lives? That is to say, I will, my lord.
When you have found her, you will initiate a ritual to call forth an icon. I will instruct you in the necessary steps. Yotsuyu's faith is unreliable, but as a child raised to believe in the Kami, she will serve as a vessel for one of the Kojin's gods. She need only wish it to be so. The power will seem a gift, but the icon's essence will consume her. She will be no more than a husk, a slave to whim and desire.
Okay.
My lord,
Ever since the day you saw fit to save my miserable life, I have dreamed of repaying your benevolence. Upon my honor, I swear to devote myself wholly to your service. All that you command will be done, no matter the cost. But I fear the subtleties of your plan yet elude me. From the reports I have heard, the champion who aids the Doman resistance would make short work of a single icon.
The icon is merely a message. The pacifist teachings of the Populares spread through this city like a plague. And I would remind the people of the threat we face. You will be my chosen agent. The hand which tolls the warning bell. The salvation of this world will not be won through the signing of treaties.
Your chosen agent. I will not fail you, my lord.
Well, you did. Well, I mean, kinda.
My master, Lord Xenos, he will come for you.
I've already beat him once. What makes you think I can't beat him again?
You have prevailed, I see.
She is gone? Wherefore did the Kami spare us, only to inflict this pain?
Death shall not want for company this day. You spared us a worse disaster, but I fear our fledgling peace with the Empire was beyond saving.
Lord Hien!
Okay.
Maximo, is it not? I assumed you long fled.
I entertain thoughts of escape even now. But our negotiations have yet to reach a satisfying conclusion. The ambassador insisted that the summoning spelled an end to our mission here. But it seemed to me there was more to the tale.
I saw a vision of Ayashi's past. Xenos was behind this plot.
I have heard tell of this power you wield. And in your vision, you witnessed Lord Xenos giving these orders.
And how can that be? Xenos is dead. He took his own life after the battle in Alamigo. I saw his body with my own eyes.
Forgive me, but Lord Xenos is very much alive. He granted our party an audience prior to our departure. That he was gravely wounded is certain, but his recovery appeared to be proceeding apace.
I'm afraid I share Lord Hien's confusion. The man's death was confirmed and his remains interred. These are matters of public record.
What kind of witchcraft?
I have no doubt you believe what you say. But what then is the explanation? That an imposter has infiltrated the innermost circle of the Imperial Court? The idea is inconceivable, absurd. But worthy of investigation nonetheless. Our movement can ill afford to have a highly placed pretender undermining our efforts.
Your efforts may yet bear fruit. Tell me, what is to become of our prisoner exchange? Though we have already taken custody of our conscripts, we have yet to release your Imperial comrades. Do you still intend to collect them?
Yes. As the late Ambassador's second-in-command, it falls to me to speak on the Empire's behalf. And I'm happy to confirm our intent to proceed according to the original agreement.
Then let us be about it. 'Twould be a pity to abandon such a promising beginning.
Indeed. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. As soon as our people are secure aboard our airship, we shall depart straightways for Garlemald.
Tread lightly, Pybus. I sense treachery awaits you there.
Might I accompany you to the capital?
Alphino, have you gone mad?
Yeah, that's...
Imposter or no, if Xenos was instructing Asahi on the finer points of ritual summoning, then experience tells us there is an Ascian waiting in the wings. Without our knowledge and expertise, our new friends will be hard-pressed to contend with a foe for whom death is but a minor inconvenience. They need our help.
Were you indeed willing to share your knowledge of this enemy, we would not shun your counsel.
The Emperor...
You truly mean to do this? In full knowledge of the danger?
I have seen the Warrior of Light risk her life on countless occasions. Next to her, I'm scarce more than a distraction on the battlefield. But in the meeting room or the audience chamber, there I can make a difference. I can strike bargains, forge ties, and change minds. And where better to do these things than in the home of our old enemy?
I believe in you, Alphino.
'Tis not for me to stop you. But I would have you consider an alternative arrangement. Rather than braving the Empire as a simple traveler, go forth as an emissary of Doma. Such a position should offer you some measure of protection.
Go then. You've obviously made up your mind. Just try not to do anything reckless, all right?
I shall be on my best behavior. Farewell, my friends.
See, the Emperor is already dealing with the Ascian, so... Huh. I knew Ayashi was planning some matter of treachery, but a summoning? Thank the Kami you were here, my friend. None of us would have escaped. Yotsuyu's vengeful had you not intervened. She was a pawn, aye, but she still had a choice. And she chose to submit to the ambassador's plan. His little wonder Gosetsu departed in silence. I gather he left the same way he came, alone aboard a rowing boat. As for the conscribes, most made it to the Siki Buni before the battle began in earnest. But the vessel yet awaits on the riverbank for those who did not flee in time. Then I suggest we put this doleful place behind us and make for the enclave together. This would seem, this would be a shame to miss the joyous reunion.
How often have I imagined this moment? Thank you for helping it come to pass.
God, that one wolf dude is so big. He just towers, like he just towers over people even as he's bowing.
Ah, there you are.
He cut his hair off.
Gosetsu, your hair.
My friend, what have you done?
An old man who cannot raise his blade has no place in the service of a young lord. Thus did I decide to devote my remaining days to pilgrimage. I will walk this land, offering prayers of repose for all the souls who left this life in suffering.
All of them?
Don't leave us, Gosetsu.
This is no forlorn and final farewell. Send me on my way with a smile, my friend.
Scarcely have we said our goodbyes to Alphino, and you leave us too. But 'tis well that my companions find their own way forward. I must endeavor to do the same.
I have faith that you will find the best path for Doma without me, my lord. Pray forgive me this last act of selfishness, and grant me your blessing.
You have earned it 1,000 times over. Go in peace, my friend. I shall make of Doma a land where children laugh and none need live in fear.
There is no better way to honor those who went before. And with that, I take my leave.
I mean, they said before that he wasn't capable of combat anymore anyway, before that. And they've shown it quite a few times too. Like when we first saw him draw his blade, he was just coughing up a storm. Couldn't even defend himself. Ah, Gosetsu. Fair journey to you, my friend. A bittersweet occasion. There is yet ample cause to be grateful. Pray join us in the Kyokan. I would thank you properly. Lord Heenan is expecting you. May I show you in? Our brothers and sisters are returned to us. And the dream of Doma's restoration is that much closer to being realized. It's the day that we will live long in memory. And one that would never have dawned without the courageous actions of this alliance. On behalf of Doma and her people, we give you our deepest thanks. Least you think me complacent, I assure you. I have not forgotten the dark cloud on the horizon. That Xenos lives is a source of grave concern. Mayhap the gravest yet. There is still little to be done, but wait Alphino to send word. Until then, I plan to devote myself to fulfilling a promise I made to Gosetsu, by building a nation in which none need live in fear. I confess I miss him already. But the thought that he has at last found peace goes some way to softening the blow. I wonder, did you ever stop to ask yourself why he showed Yosu such kindness? I believe the answer lies in the past tragedy, specifically the death of his wife and the daughter during the invasion. Though he hid it well, they were never far from his thoughts. And in Yosuyu's childlike mien, I believe he saw not a fallen tyrant, but a little girl who was lost to him. After the loss of his family, Gosetsu devoted himself wholly to the service of his country. He suffered any hardship, strove beyond the limits of endurance without hesitation or complaint. Though Tsuyu can never truly replace his daughter, I had hoped that with her at his side, he might live out the remainder of his days in relative contentment. Would that the kami had been so minded. Even now I labor to discern any meaning of Yotsuyu's fate. To deliver her from certain death with no memory of her sin, only to leave her at the mercy of her stepbrother. Can that truly have been their will? I cannot tell you. The will of the kami is not for us to know. But what I do know is that for a brief moment the girl known as Tsuyu lived among us. And that she brought with her a whisper of respite for a grieving heart. Alicia seems ready to bid farewell to Doma. I think it's time we're going, don't you? We've done all we can here, and we have a lot to report. But before we head back to Rising Stones, let's call in at Raglar's Reach We should be the ones to tell Lise about Xenos. After everything we went through together, we owe that to her. I gotta say, I didn't see the part of him becoming a monk coming. Do 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 do. I kind of always thought that he would be in service to Lord Heenan. Akane, Alicia, you're back. No, Alf? It's good to see you, Lise. As for my headstrong brother, he's off to what will almost certainly turn out to be a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Garlemald. It's a long story, but we have evidence that Xenos might still be alive. What? But that... If this is a joke, gods, this had better be a joke. Look, I know what I saw. All right, we all saw it. And here you're saying he's alive? Well, and living the high life back in Garlemald? I know how ludicrous this sounds. I'm still having difficulty believing it myself. But while I doubt the word of an Imperial envoy, I'm inclined to trust Akane's. She saw the Crown Prince through the Echo in a meeting that only could have taken place in the recent past. It was him, it was Xenos. No. It must have been. I don't know. Some sort of really convincing imposter. Xenos is dead. He had a great big hole in his neck. We buried him. Hi. Someone went to the trouble of desecrating the bastard's grave, remember? Halls, gilded halls. What are you talking about? Thancred, what brings you to the Reach? Alf had me lend a hand at the saltery, keeping an eye on the rebuilding work and so on, and just until operations were up and running, and now that they are, I thought I might look in on you before winding my weary way back to headquarters. Forgive me if I misheard, but is there some suggestion that the late Crown Prince could have gotten better? If so, might I suggest a quick look inside his coffer as our first order of business? As much as I hated the man, it doesn't feel right defiling his grave. But if it will put this rumor to rest, I suppose we have to. And when there are no curious eyes about, if we can manage it. Xenos is buried at the blood vault in the Loach. His grave was set apart from the others and left unmarked, so as not to upset the locals. Then it shouldn't be too hard to find. Nago, you're in charge until I get back. If it's unmarked, then how did the people find the grave to desecrate it? The only way that would happen is if an insider leaked it, because they shouldn't have known. Do 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 do. Someone called Chris Redfield. Just gotta check Xenos for signs of the T-virus or Ouroboros. Yeah, like if this is his grave, how do people figure it out? They said it was unmarked, but those look clearly like marks to me. Liar. This is it. God, he better be in there. Someone scrawled all over the tombs a while ago, but I had it scrubbed off. And I thought no more about it. So no one thought to check if the coffer was still occupied. Well then, we are present with but one course of action. And we had best be sure we are not observed in doing it. Shall we begin? Okay. He's not there.
Oh dear. We seem to be missing a corpse.
Gone.
Well, it must be somewhere. I only hope it isn't walking around.
Someone's watching. Got a traitor. There's always a traitor. If there's no corpse, then are we to conclude the rumors are true? Not necessarily. We might be dealing with a doppelganger of some kind. An agent could have been sent to dispose of the body in a bid to lend credence to the tales of Xenos' resurrection. More and more, however, I find myself siding with Alf's theory of the Asians' possession. Speaking from experience, I can tell you they have no qualm about taking a living host, let alone a dead one. You're saying an Asian is walking around in Xenos' body? It seems a distinct possibility. Once I have put this grave back the way we found it, I shall pay a visit to the people responsible for interring the Crown Prince. Before leaping to any conclusions, I want to know for sure if the body was ever buried here. And how certain we are that Xenos was properly dead. If he wasn't, then that was some trick. He as good as cut his own head off. Anyway, Ruban needs to hear about this. If you find anything out, send word to me at Raggler's Reach. I don't know why I'm surprised with matters settling down in Doma. We were due another crisis. Shall we make for Rising Stones then? It's past time we shared these developments with the others. Man, they just teleported us here, huh? While I was awaiting for you to arrive, I spoke with Uranger over at Link Pearl and gave him the full report. Ishtola is on her way and should be here Alicia, Akane, 'tis good to see you safe and well. What news have you from the east? Disturbing development indeed. Given all that we know, I too would conclude that an Ascian now inhibits Xenos' body. A doppelganger might fool the Crown Prince's subordinates, but Akane? Nah, Alf had the right of it. Would that his wisdom extended to the question of his own safety. Capable though he has become, he ventures alone into enemy stronghold. In the shadowy web of the Paragons. Like as not. When it comes to the making rash decisions, I'm hardly in a position to criticize, but I'm worried. I just wish there was something I could do for him besides pray. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom. Okay. We cannot suffer icons to exist. Was I not clear on this point? More than clear. The icon in question was summarily dispatched by the Warrior of Light. The summoner is dead and the right beyond the repeating. Everything proceeding according to plan. Every part behaving exactly as required. My methods may seem extreme, but there is no cause for concern. I work only to ensure the salvation of this star. That's the first time we've seen them together. Who's that? What are you doing fondling with that? I asked you a question, soldier. What are you? Have you lost your mind? Ah! I have lost many things, but my mind is yet well of my own. There upon the stage I stood, prepared to take my final blow, only to find that the finale was but an intermission. Shall I use this chance to repent for my sins? Embrace goodness and mediocrity? Nah, I think not. While the one I yearn to face yet lives, the hunt must go on. They're making it seem like Xenos is not in his body, but he's in another body. With thoughts of Alfino's plight weighing heavily on her mind, Alicia might welcome some company. It's been an eventful few days, hasn't it? But I suppose all we can do now is wait for the word of Alfino. I don't recall the last time I had nothing passing to be getting on with. We should probably make the most of it. Shall I put on some tea? Tea would be lovely. You may regale me with a tale of your adventures in the Far East, and of your encounter with this newly primal especially. I'll put the kettle on. Then, that table looks free if you'd like to take a seat. Okay. Upon sitting at this table, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Interesting. So the Tsukuyomi was summoned in such a same manner as Susano, via the medium of sacred relics. That's right. They believe their gods or kami resides in physical objects. Given the danger they represent, it may behoove us to begin a catalog of such relics. But if we are to contain the threat, we will require a better understanding of the summoning method itself. I believe I shall pay a visit to Doma and learn what I can on the subject. A fine idea. I know for a fact that our friends in Doma would be grateful for any information that could help prevent further summonings in the region. I will pen you a letter of introduction. Lord Heenan will wish to welcome our residential expert on ethereology. Greetings. Could it be that I'm in time for tea? It certainly looks that way. Come, sit down and tell us how your investigation went. After you left, I went about questioning Bloodhouse gravestones. They all told the same story. Once Lise and her officers had confirmed Xenos is dead, his corpse was interred under strict supervision. There seemed little reason to doubt their testimony on that point, but when I mentioned the defacement of Xenos' grave, accounts grew rather more vague. None reported having seen any suspicious persons in the vicinity, and all assumed the act to have been perpetrated by a vengeful Alamagain. Crucially, however, I was able to confirm that when the offending scrawl was removed, as per Lisa's instructions, no one involved thought to check the contents of the coffer. By that stage, 'tis like the corpse was already missing. Assuming Xenos has not in fact risen from the dead, we are left with two possibilities. Either the body was disposed of to lend credence to the claims of an extremely committed imposter, or an Asian has taken up residence within. If Asashi was a devotee as you believe, he would have not been fooled by an impersonation, however committed. We must assume that we are dealing with an Asian and proceed accordingly. Agreed. The question is, how many more monsters are waiting for us, waiting for Alf and Garlemald? Their presence was his chief reason for going. He understood the risk. I only hope that he did not underestimate the extent of the infestation. Yeah, I was gonna say, when Xenos was talking in the flashback, his voice sounded different. I couldn't tell if it was like the same voice actor trying to sound different or if it was like a completely different one. But he didn't sound the same. Master Alf. We are making good speed towards our destination. Is Artemis? Nay, 'tis just I can see not from my cabin and was curious to know the land over which we flew. I'm afraid our military crafts are built with little thought for such niceties. I'm happy to indulge your curiosity, however. We are presently over the burn of the West Bridge of Orthel. Even with the benefits of a porthole, your gaze would have been greeted with naught but mauls upon mauls of lifeless earth. I have read something of the burn. It was described as a desolated wasteland, bled dry of every last drop of ether. Aye, it is believed that a succession of Ico summonings was responsible. When Emperor Solus first came to Orthid and beheld his blight, he is said to have reeled at the scales of the devastation. He declared Icons a threat to our very star's existence and issued an empire-wide decree ordering the eradication of all such entities. Uh-oh. Huh? Report. We're under attack, sir. Magic tech armor, no visible designation. Magitech, but who? All cannons, return fire, damage report. The main reactor's been hit. Helm's unresponsive. We're going down, sir. Damn it. They knew exactly where to hit us. All hands brace for impact. You might want to get away from there. Yeah, Valve is getting pushed back. Those dudes at the console are DEAD. Glad to have you back, Master Ralph. You've just landed in one piece, more or less. But the air filtration system is damaged. The ship is filling with smoke. We must gather the survivors and get out while we still can. Aye, aye. Okay. Whoa, what the fuck? Plane is out. We're on Hoth. Okay. Okay. Can't move. Okay. I have no idea. Okay. He's stuck there. Wait. Oh, did he break his bind? I guess he did. Confound it. Not here, not like this. Okay. What? Who in the Emperor's name? Enemies of our enemies. Introductions can wait. You are calm in a crisis, Master Alf. Let us finish this then. Do 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 do. Oh, you can't move. All right. Menacing mercenary. Okay. What the fuck? Do 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 do. God damn. Well, that dude just dashed out of nowhere. Okay. My thanks. Your intervention proved most timely. Well, well. I did not think to meet an Erosian in this place, let alone a Solian. You know me, sir? I have some small history with your order. But I would speak the present. Know you your assailants and the severity of your predicament? The soldiers bore the insignia of the Emperor's personal guard. I could venture a guess as to their motives, but you yet have us at a disadvantage, sir. Will you not tell us who you are? Our names are not yours for asking. As for our purpose, let this be your answer. An Asian mask. The face of our prey. We must away before more arrive. Come of us or stay. We make your choice now. Even should we manage the long trek out of the Brahm and secure passage to the capital, we would no doubt be greeted by the Emperor's guard. Indeed. We accept your gracious offer. Shadow Hunter will suffice for the present. Come. So the Emperor's personal guard set to kill them? He has a bunch of Asian masks. This is intolerable. But as much as I wish it were otherwise, there is nothing we can do for Alfino now but pray for his success. Well, that's not entirely true. While your brother journeys the Garlemale from the east, I can make my way from Mago and find out what there is to be learned in the Empire's western provinces. Then I'm coming with you. I can't very well sit here and sip tea if there's action to be taken. Forgive me, Alicia, but the provinces are hostile territory and stealth is all important. It's safer I go alone. I can sneak well when the situation demands it. Don't patronize me. You should leave this to Thane Creed. Not you too. I understand your frustration, Alicia, but Akane has the right of it. We must defer to Thane Creed's expertise in this matter. Fine, just promise me you'll be careful. Okay. It seems that praying is to be the extent of my contribution after all, but I will stay behind as I have been bid. We all have our talents. Mine just happened to involve a silver tongue and soft souls. I promised to send word the moment I learn aught of the consequence. See that you nullify me too. I mean to depart for Doma as soon as I find a suitable Easternard vessel to bear me Hilter, and I shall return if I am needed. Be sure to drop in whenever you're next in the area, Akane. With any luck, I'll have a painfully detailed report for Alfinio to share. You have learned the emote ponder. It didn't do anything though. Oh. It's okay, so that's why it's a face. Hmm. Okay. It's in Seoul? Dang. A sisterly act. Alicia is impatiently fussy with her link pearl. Oh, Akane, I've come here hoping... If you come here hoping for news, I'm afraid there isn't any. Everything is exactly as it was. Ishtola is still investigating primals in the Far East. Thancred is still gathering intelligence in the Imperial Providence. And Alfino is still out there somewhere. There's been no word since his first scheduled report, nor does he respond to calls. And all the while, I'm just meant to sit around here waiting. It's driving me mad. Beg the pardons. I bear a message from the Erosian Alliance. Thank gods for that. We have a visitor. Welcome to the Rising Stones. If you have a message, I should be eager to hear it. My lady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of the Asian interference, and there humbly request the presence of this Alliance at the Seventh Dawn. Having assessed the intelligence provided by Almagain Resistance concerning the whereabouts of Xenos' remains, they too suspect Asian involvement and wish to deliberate a suitable course of action. As the foremost authority on our foe, your Orator Consul would be most welcome. Of course, we should be glad to assist in whatever way we can. With almost everyone else afield, I'd say this one falls to us, by which I mean I'm not going on my own. You'll come with me, I trust? Of course I will. There you have it. We accept the invitation. Thank you. The time and date of the meeting will be shared in due course, but I can confirm that the council will take place in Alamago by your leave. I somehow doubt we'll have anything of use to offer, but standing mutually at a meeting would still be better than nothing I've been doing of late. Let's make ready to depart, shall we? Thancred, what's going on, man? All right, just be careful on the road back, you hear? Did I hear you right, Rillo? Is Thancred coming back? Aye, that he is. Says he acquired some important intelligence. Being in Garlean territory, though, he couldn't risk sharing the particulars in case the Imperials were listening. And so he said he'd be back as quick as he could, and made sure someone was waiting for him in Almagan quarters. Understood. Akane and I will go. We're bound for Alamago anyway, and there should be time before the council begins. Come, let's be off. Okay. If they get the wrong order, do you tell them they gave you the wrong order? One day, see yourself out. For that heinous crime you made us have to witness. God, I can't stop coughing. He's not dead, is he? No. I completely forgot that achievements in this game can be exchanged for rewards. I just got like 10 minions and 2 mounts. Well, they're staying Creed. Looks tired. The two of you are a sight for sore eyes. All I need is water for my parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will you? Tapestry through the enemy territory is thirsty work.
God, I needed that.
I won't bother telling you to catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Quite. Without further ado, then. After the successful uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well. The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance. But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation. We have the shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
There is at least a spark of hope, then.
A spark in want of kindling, yes. The Alliance has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight. The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Alamigan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire. That is all for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Doma has summoned a primal, and the Empire's more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamor for retribution.
And who do they think orchestrated this summoning?
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Xenos has seen to that. Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably well. Well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect him. Then it's as we feared.
Yes. An Ascian wears his skin. But it was not that which brought me here in such haste. During my time in the provinces, I learned many things. Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital.
But Alphonse should have arrived by now. Could they be holding him there in secret?
The possibility did cross my mind, but I have reason to believe he never reached his destination. As you know, Scions assigned to covert operations, such as Riol and myself, are issued special link pearls for communication in the event of an emergency. I mention this because it was originally Alphino's task to coordinate the response at headquarters, meaning he has one. And whose voice should I hear when mine recently crackled to life?
You spoke with Alphino?
Spoke with, no. I but heard his voice, and none too clearly at that. 2 words were all I could make out. The burn.
The burn.
The wasteland on the edge of Otherd. Something must have happened to them there. There's no time to waste. We must make for the burn at once.
I had a feeling you might say that.
And? I can't very well sit around here drinking tea if Alphino's in trouble. You said yourself that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
Okay.
Oh, far be it from me to change your minds.
The burn. Hey, Intra. Hello. Loath though I am to neglect making preparations for the council, we must act swiftly before Alphino's trail goes cold. I propose we first pay Heenan a visit. He's sure to want to hear about these developments, and he may well be able to advise us on how best to reach the burn. A sound plan. Y'shtola is in Doma, is she not? I dare say she'd join you in the search if you ask her nicely. While you see to all that, I shall go and prepare my findings to the Alliance. You may leave any preparations for the Council to me. Thank you, Thancred. Right, to Doma then. We have much and more to share with Y'shtola. This one. Okay. I used 7-zip one day. This is curious indeed. While other matters demand my attention at the present, I shall bear what you have told me in mind. Should you notice any change, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, my lady. You are most kind. Bow. Well, well, the two faces from the dim and distant past. Come now, it hasn't been that long. Who was that you were speaking with? A local miner who supplies crystals for the rebuilding effort. Of late, he claims to have struggled to find a crystal with so much a trace of elemental energy. Upon learning that I had some knowledge of ether, he came seeking my counsel. Just now, he brought me some of his recent finds. It was precisely as he described, devoid of elemental energy and eerily reminiscent of the dissipated crystals that manifest in Erosia in the days prior to the calamity. We would be wise to investigate this phenomenon more closely. Indeed, but on a more positive note, the locals seem to have taken a liking to you. More an interest in than a liking to, I think. The sight of Missitude's peculiar contraption upon her head has a certain novelty value in these parts. Any actual regard they may have for me, I owe Wally to you and the others who came before me. Everyone here has been exceedingly cooperative. And I'm pleased to report that I have all but concluded my investigation. Simply put, by focusing one with one's will upon the ether-infused objects of worship, it's possible to conduct the summoning. So the fact that they are objects of worship is key. They are themselves suffused with the requisite belief. Correct. Such sacred relics as the Kujins collect, albeit the need for religious favor in the summoner. Yotsuyu being the most obvious example. She used but to associate the artifact given to her by Asai with the divine, and in serve to amplify her desire, gave them form. A form of nourished through the power of crystals, also provided by her brother. And thus was Tsukuyomi brought into being. Which brings me to the question of preventional measures, to which I have yet to find a satisfactory answer. At present, I know of naught that will avail us, save to keep watch over the movement of the relics and crystals. As if we did not have enough to keep watch over already. I doubt you've came all this way to hear that which may be perused in a report. What has something happened to Alfina? I shall join you in the search, of course. Thank you, Ishtola. I should be glad of your help, truly. Now, if there's nothing else, I shall go on ahead and request an audience with Lord Heenan. Elysia puts on a brave face, but she has little talent for concealment. We should join her at the Ki Nika. Greetings, my friends. LSA has explained all to me. Needless to say, you all shall have our full cooperation in the search, even if Alphanos Trail does lead to the burn of all places. Keenan is mulling over the details of Alphanos Link Pearl Call. The region known as Burn occupies a special place in Garlean history. Every child in the Empire is familiar with the tale. In the distant past, it was a verdant land teeming with life, but successful summonings saw it bled dry of ether and reduced to a desert. It was upon beholding the devastation that the primals had wrought the Emperor's Solace was spurred to embark upon his crusade against their kind. But the burn offers a glimpse of the future we seek to prevent. Know you of any reason why Alfino might have gone there? Aye, mischance. Though it lies en route to Garlemald, it is no place to make a stop. My guess is they encountered some manner of trouble there. In any event, I am of the same mind as Alicia. We have no choice but to take our search to the burn. Given the considerable distance involved, it's best that we went by bird. Akane and I have your yulls, Yugiri. Will you ready the falcons for the others? I shall gather our swiftest birds. Head to the House of Fierce. There is an overlook. Pray join us there once you have seen your preparations. Dun, dun. Doo, doo. That's one thick ass catfish. If everyone is here and possesses a bird, let us away. Remember, our destination is a barren wasteland. There is no civilization to speak of for hundreds of miles in all directions. Take care to not lose your way. The burn now accessible. Okay. I didn't see that coming. I thought it was going to be a cutscene. Oh yeah, that's right. Only you can do it. Ethos. Yosen.
Make ready, friends! We are come to the burn!
We are come to the burn.
Everyone, land where you can! We must wait out the storm!
Cat jam? I think you need to capitalize the J for it to work. It should work. I'm not muted. I'm just making sure I'm not gonna die, you know? I don't know why, but I can't stop thinking about the fifth weapon in Wulong. How eager I am to try it out. Play it on stream or YouTube? I mean, ideally, I'd like to probably play it on YouTube, but I don't know when I would find the time. I'm on like episode 23 of Live P, I think, for YouTube. And I think the last videos I have recorded for it come out today. So I'd have to do more soon. Didn't see this coming. That's the Final Fantasy 13 enemies. But I don't know. It's unfortunately those games stream pretty horribly. Unfortunately. Okay. Jeez. No, it's just the only person from Ray. The other two are, I don't know what you would call in this game, but it's people that you get matched up with. So Ray's on the left, right here. I was kind of thinking that this creature didn't have like any lower body. Mist. Oh, it's the Mist Dragon from Final Fantasy XIV. I fucked up. Hey, Prophet, hello. What? I didn't even... Okay. Nice. That fight's a nightmare with randoms.
Between contending with bloodthirsty beasts and sand in my every conceivable place, I'm quite ready to leave this wasteland. But first things first. Do you see the crashed ship over yonder? Judging by its class, it must be the vessel that bore Master Alphinaud away.
War Machina. It would seem they were involved in a struggle. There may be clues. We should split up and search the area.
There's no sign of Alphinaud, nor of Maxima and his people.
These were no ordinary soldiers. Over here! The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard.
Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? That Alphinaud is his prisoner?
We don't know that yet.
Aye, we must not jump to conclusions. Besides, Alphinaud is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
I suggest we return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphinaud is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
Wait, we come out here just to go back? Just to come out here later again? That doesn't seem like a waste of time.
Where in the world are you, brother? If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
Okay. They should call her Thighs Cola. Well, that was a decidedly uneventful journey. I almost found myself hoping for a sandstorm. Jokes aside, I'd say our birds are due to a good brushdown and a treat or two, wouldn't you? Keenan has a request for the Scions. I had hoped to steal you for a moment's rest after our long outing, but it would seem duty calls before an embassy arrived in my absence. Do not let us keep you then. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest that would fail to be impressed by the presence of the Scions, at least none I should be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it'll be useful. Thank you. Let us return to my manor then. I tend to ignore the message about not hitting the dragon and makes the fight a nightmare for healers. Keenan just wants to show off his god-killing friends. Can you blame him, though? I can't blame him. Lise.
Lise, what brings you here?
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Hien. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail? Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Doma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Well, someone has to do it.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though.
And that is?
You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varys' blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varys' orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family, the Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a dormant citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows. Most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
The servants of chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Doma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments.
Somebody's
We
audio
must
levels
proceed
were
on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters.
uneven.
But come, Lys, you have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Alamigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance. To make it official and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too. We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Dorma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
So now the Eorzean Alliance is 5 nations thick. My adversaries and I presently convene to discuss the matter of Doma's defenses. You are welcome to stay, of course. Had you not offered, I would have requested the leave to remain. Where the Asians are concerned, not may be left to chance. As ever, we would benefit from your experience. I thank you for coming, Lys. Even if it was on official business, I had hoped there might be time to show you the land you've helped save. But I will settle for a fleeting visit if needs must. There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I did get to see a little of the Enclave. You've made excellent progress, I must say, and soon you'll have the chance to see how we're getting on too. Till the meeting then. Oh, Akane, I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go in private. Go on, my friend. I will send for Haruko and the others in the meantime. Great, I'll wait for you by the, at the docks. Liz wants to talk to us in private. She's gonna tell us that her sister is not dead and they're alive and Alright, what could she possibly want to tell us? Oh. Thanks for coming. Knowing you, you've probably guessed what I wanted to talk about. No. Alicia. She's acting as if everything's alright, but it's clearly she's barely coping. The Alicia I know is overbearing, willful, and reckless. And that's fine. It's how she deals with feeling weak. She has to keep moving or she's afraid that she'll fall apart. A lot like me. But the thing about people like us is that we need someone to keep an eye on us. I had Palmamo. And now I have my friends in the Resistance. And Alicia has you in this alliance. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't. And I'm sure you won't. But she's a good friend. And when I see her like this, I can't help worrying. So please make sure you give her all the support she needs, alright? Leave it to me. Thank you, Akane. It goes without saying, but if there's anything I can do, you only need to ask. Well, I best be off. See you in the Alamago. The Alliance during the Evilise raids. Clearly, if we do nothing, the Garleans will let us slide. That we took over two of their territories. The Alliance during post Stormblood. Okay, maybe they won't be so chill about that, so we should probably maybe support some smaller rebellions and actually gear up for potential conflict. They can't make up their minds. Ah, there you are, my friend. Everyone is assembled, so let us begin.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, Yugiri, and correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea. "'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire. And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own. In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Tsunosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca. I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Ascian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships. Lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
And the audio mixing part during this is messing
Not
up
if we
so
deny
much.
them access to the skies. During our time in the burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual. But something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Azizlar. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the burn.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
Azizlar was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrius-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key Imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region. If an Imperial fleet were to advance upon Doma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the burn.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the burn.
Meaning?
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Allagans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
Dalamud?
Curious question. Besides Azizlar, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Just the two occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
You do?
Huh?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe. Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whither this road leads?
Okay. Keenan is eager to set out for the Azim Steppe. It is settled then. I will journey to the Azim Steppe with the Solians, Yugiri and Hakuru. I leave our other neighbors to you. Nod. My apologies, I won't be joining you. I am no etherologist, and what skills I do possess are unlikely to be any great use to the mission. But more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins and the burn unwarrant attention. And so, while you are away securing the energy source, I will engage our friends at Garleman Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. We'll need them in good working order if our plan is to succeed. I trust there's no objections? Have care in the burn. Have care in the step. From what I hear, the Xanax like fighting with friends, almost as foes. Good luck. Do, 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 do. The three of us then? Very well. Shall we first, shall we make first for a reunion? Have a good night, Snowy. Thanks for coming out to today's stream. So this is the Azim step. The tails do not do it justice. If you think the view is impressive here, wait until we reach the higher ground. Actually, seeing as it is your first visit, permit me to show you my favorite spot.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Of course. During my time with the mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
From here we shall travel to Mol Alal. There we may ask Karina about the particulars of the myth and raise the matter of an alliance with the ruler of the steppe. Straight ahead. I wonder if this place was based off of the area in Final Fantasy XIII too. Oh, Keenan, Akane, I'm glad of your visit and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you? There is a matter I would discuss with the mall. It concerns not only the people of the steppe, but every land in the Far East. A shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul. And you need this land? You need this to protect our lands? I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried? This northern crag? If you wish. The mountains to the north, there is a cavern called the House of Crooked Coin. Inside this cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be secure of Nahamel's power. There I believe you will find what you seek. Ah, yes, I know the place. 'Tis a brisk walk from here. What are your thoughts on an alliance? Should the Empire return to our lands, our lands will be engulfed in a storm of conflict, whether we will it or not. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe with all my heart. However, among the tribes of the steppes, there are those who revere Naam above all else. To them, the pillars are sacred and not to be disturbed. Should you proceed as you propose, such tribes are likely to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. Ere you risk the ire of the followers of Nahama, might you not first visit the House of Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, we may then consider how best to earn their blessing. Thank you for your counsel. We will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands. Thank you for understanding. Though the mall may reign over the steppe today, this decision will shape the days to come, and we would not force others into war against their will. Nor we. 100-fold stronger are they who choose to fight for their own accord. What's my favorite? What's my most liked area in Stormblood? Probably the area after the Ruby Sea. The Will of the Moon. Ishtola is ready to put her skills to use. It seems the time has come to put my skills to use. Pray lead to the House of Crooked Coin. Then Holy Mammoth. Yannick.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an Allegan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azys La from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area. An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
Molelo. Have you found that which you seek, then? Great. Indeed is the Dust Mother's power. If not, less will suffice to protect our lands. The blessing of the other tribes must be sought. Must now be sought. Of course. But which tribe should we appeal? There are many who worship Nalma, but none are so fervent in their faith as the Dothro. Their consent shall be key. The Dothro. Lee spoke of them, a warlike tribe possessed of a unique customs and beliefs. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it will be well worth the effort. The Dothral feared nothing, death least of all, and our alliance would be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to the Dothral Ka and treat with their Kahatu, Khan Sadhu. Yeah. To the Chocobo. Is there a faster way over there? I guess taking that teleport and going there would have been faster. Oh well, where are you? We're already doing it. Yeah. I see tents in the distance. Oh shit. Duh. Turn that off. You again. Other matters demand our time. Kanga, unless it is battle you seek. Alas, not. Quite the opposite, in fact. Talking? Always talking. You say the pillar holds great power. Of course they do. They are the source of Nahamon's strength. To the Dorthal, no place is more sacred. We will make ash of any who would defy it. Though I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom in our proposition, then. Will you join hands with us? I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield Nahmon's power to defend these lands, and this I will allow. But for leaving the step to fight the men in iron, I would have something in return. Namely, battle with you, Kagan. The not ended era is began. I would face you again alone without distractions. Defeat me, prove yourself the stronger, and you shall have the Dorthral as your ally. Surely these are agreeable terms. Well, this is not wholly unexpected turn of events. Though I can assume I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the Kanga has made her his choice. Shall we dance? It shall be a battle the steppe shall not soon forget. Already my soul burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Conga, and await me outside the Ka. I will gather witnesses and join you anon. I love Sadu. You want to team up? One condition. Run them hands. She's just like, fight me. You want our support? Fight me. You want water? Fight me. Food? Fight me. You want a bed to sleep in? Fight me. All right, the will of the moon. Sadu everywhere system. Oh God.
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Hahn.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dathal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way. The way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies, and such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
I'm honestly surprised she doesn't use a giant-ass great axe. That can't be all. Yeah, I was gonna say.
In death do our souls sing! Do our souls sing!
Risheth the Cardinals from Final Fantasy XI as her aide. What the fuck? Whoa, whoa. Oh, I'm getting hit.
In death do our souls sing!
Wait, what?
In death do our souls sing!
Apparently I took damage now. Oh, her. Fuck, almost messed that up. Put that up. More?
How it burns!
What the fuck is going on?
In death do our souls sing!
Jesus.
Yes! Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so! Come! We have only just begun.
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever. Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Oranir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
She said stop, yeah.
Insolent child. You will learn your place!
Forgive me, Brother Magnai, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Daidakul, join me.
Okay.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
I just beat you, though.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this, but if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
Oh, so now I'm playing as this solo, I see. No, get away from me. Okay.
Lord, die!
Stop that.
Bow down before me!
Here? Oh, fuck. No, shit.
Lord, die!
Oh my god.
Lord, die!
No, fuck.
Mark well and blood!
Oh, I can? Oh, I didn't know. Wait, what happened? I didn't die, though. Did he die? Oh, I didn't heal Heenan. Oh. Oh, I didn't realize you had to heal him. Oh. I didn't realize. I wasn't looking at his HP bar at all. Oops. Well, we are going to have to save and heal Heenan.